The last guy you sent. Yeah, some dude. Cool, it seemed like he really was like interested. Huh? It's all comments. Listen. I did. You're fine. You're not honest, like you're trying to tell public straight. I'm saying this is what we're actually. You're like. Someone else, he's like a island, set a reminder always, see what he's doing, check in on. Reach out to okay, yeah, he left. I let him get exit symbol a month ago. Yeah, I already talked to him because I don't know why I just didn't come up to you and like stay with you. I know. Yeah. I like your matching shirt.
Yeah.
All the 5-year-old, you got a fancy shirt, you can do whatever you want.
That's easy. I guess fat guys can wear flowers and start right, right?
Huh?
Like fat guys can wear flowers and start right. That's better.
No, are you recording?
This isn't for me.
Guys, yeah, you go, good to go. Yeah, yes.
Well, I don't even know how to take that out. I don't know.
I gotta bring you.
Yeah. I just want that to go that way. So look, yeah. Oh, does it? Really? That's cool. There you go.
It is neat. You're walking like that.
That's cool. That's awesome. How much do those things cost? Oh. Oh, that's what I think.
You take a lot of trees.
Maybe like the one who's organized and running. No, maybe finance. I don't know. One of the. But then there's only a half day. 8 to 11. for him for kindergarten, we can be a lead. And it's something we just drop that, pick up, and pick up.
We have gas stations.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like kindergarten. Yeah. Those are great, so we're just paying out of pocket for the extra half day, like, yeah, kind of. You know what I mean, like, if you were, like, I can go pick up and like.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's why like, when I was a teacher for early, teachers still have to get, there's no flexibility. Yeah, I don't know how we would have done it, because there was no, like, if I was still at Lost Valley, the way that we go to school, like, I was in school, there's nothing except one thing that I would drop them off at. And even now, if I, if they went to PA, like, I would just. Or maybe they'd have to bus at 45 in the morning, but they're not even ready yet.
I didn't give you what way. I didn't do that one at Biscuit Gov. Said, well, yeah, good at it.
That long?
Yeah, we pretending and we got the street to down,
Okay,
drop them off.
okay,
Pick up all the other Shanahan, all the other buses.
yeah,
Shanahan would meet there.
okay.
Like 7:40.
Okay.
So Shanahan,
Now, did you put Shanahan Westminster or Shanahan downtown? Okay.
I never got to go to that.
I went as the first full graduating class. So that's why I went. I didn't want to go to the 9th grade class. Okay.
I think like 8:15, 8:30. Like, yeah, there were times when you didn't know about 5:00. There were times we riding the bus, we got this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, walk in, they were like, crazy. I'm like, also bus, like, just there. Would you just sleep on the way every day? I'm hoping your kids.
Cool.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like. God
Well,
bless you,
my
right?
other year, I was kind of. And then junior year, I started driving. How long did it take you to grow? Well, I picked up like 4 kids, so it's getting like now. I was getting it, 25, 30 minutes. Okay, it just is that. But during rush hour, yeah. Pick up 3 other kids. I was never, you know, like, one kid really showed up. I'm like, great, that was my last thing. Yeah. We probably came in and we found it.
Oh, we ran out of hands up.
There's, yes, I'll get it. We've got the Republicans.
I never wanted to school. Okay. My mom was like, you sound sick. Isn't that very good?
You're like, nope. No.
Yeah,
Unicorn? What? Unicorn?
we have.
Who's doing it wrong? Oh.
In like. And I like, my mom, like.
Like you actually work better on it. Brush it. Yeah, mine's got all right. Hey, Andrew. I don't know if anything said else. You want to say anything else up? Otherwise, I guess start this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here. I'm actually gonna take Joe.
You don't need to stand in your squats anyway. All right, yeah, you want to start it or anything?
Absolutely, that would be amazing.
Up here. I think, are we just going to? You set it up. Where did you go? Talking yourself? You want to take teams on Zoom? Because I'm just gonna go.
There he is.
What's up, Justin? What's up, my man? How's calls yesterday?
They're all right.
Moving along, moving the needle forward.
Some did, yeah. I set up a few. After 5 yesterday. None of them picked up.
Call them the next day, keep on up.
Yeah.
Donuts, right? You good to go? Therapy's on Zoom? I don't know what that is. That's not you? That's good, that's good, man. No, I have no slides today. He told me they're supposed to ask questions, I just have notes. I mean, what, I do this every day. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Education Day in Conshohocken. I was told by Andrew that you're supposed to ask me questions about how I grew my business. I bet you have questions. Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Question number one is, you were a new agent, how did you do to generate business and build up from there?
Lead gen. Literally as much as I could.
And what kind of lead?
So I got my license in 2007, so 2008 was pretty dismal. So I did a lot of like on the market, right? There was tons of expireds, and I would call expireds all day long, to be honest. And what I end up doing is I didn't call the ones that expired first time. I would look at the expired 2 or 3 times, right? Because everyone was living back in 2006 and 2007 at these homes, and they're probably like 50, 60,000 overpriced when the agent took them. And then the next agent would take it and wouldn't reduce the price. And then I would come in and go, listen, you need to have a 20% reduction to sell this house. And I would come in and just say that. So I want to guarantee the sale. So I will go in there and actually swing it away the best I could, right? Fastball down the center. And every time I got those listings, I actually sold them pretty quick because they reduced it 20%. It was actually reasonable where it should be with the market and was sold. So I leaked in a lot. And then I learned a lot about like my SOI or COI, right? Just the people I knew. I just started actually following up with them as much as I could. And I was so uncomfortable doing it. Asking somebody like my brother, hey, I know you're buying a house, you want to help me buy it? Which I didn't help him. Helping close family is tough. But I learned how to actually approach people that I knew for business. And I had buddies going, I went to 5 open houses and he didn't want to listen to me. So I mailed my card. I'm in this business. I had a friend who sold their house, asked my advice, and bought another house without me. 10 years later, I stayed in front of her enough. I helped her sell her house, buy a house. It was $2 million worth of transactions. But at first, I was so new into it. They didn't believe that I was actually doing this for my career. So I just constantly focused on following up with people a lot, right? And correctly. So I did a monthly newsletter, right? I would try to do quarterly calls. We did mailers. That's basically what worked back then. And that we consistently do that to this day. So like, I got a text this weekend. I'm ready to sell my house in Ridley Park. Cool, because I stayed in front of these people for years. So
You said you attack the expires, well, most of them, assuming you do the MLS and find out that it's expiring at the end of each month. But then as far as contacting them, you do mail out, and how, if you call them, how are you able to get their phone number? What system do you use?
so there's companies like Red X back then. It was basically Mojo. They had their own expireds, and there's other companies back then that would provide the cell phone numbers or other numbers to call. So I would get on a dialer and let Mojo just rip through. I mean, there was, when I say hundreds a month, there's hundreds, if not 500-600 expireds a month in the 5 counties around Philadelphia. I mean, that's how many, there was just constant expireds, and you just sat there and blew through them and tried to connect with them and then start the conversations, right? And I learned my scripts then too. So like I got the coaching, it was Mike Terry coaching, and we worked on an expired script every day. And it's really just asking the right questions and getting to talk. And then I changed it to make myself feel comfortable. So I would load it up saying, you know, I know you get inundated with phone calls from realtors because they were just blowing them up. And they said, if they said, no, I did not, I go, you don't know your house expired? And they'd be like, fuck, they'd be exploding. I'm like, well, that's the reason why you shouldn't be talking to that person again. I would actually communicate that your house may expire and try to sell the house, right? If they said, I am getting, you know, I am talking to my realtor again, I'm like, why would you talk to the person that I can tell you truthfully to sell their house? And I would just work on those scripts when I was in that conversation to actually let them actually meet with me. And I did all 5 counties. 24/7, yeah. I still talk to some of those people like that. I sold their houses, like they still give me referrals to this day.
Yeah, that one's one of the call, right?
Yeah.
Six service, one line, very recommended.
Yeah. But I was also honest and truthful. So I'm like, here's the stats. Here, and the stat we used to bring back in the day was, here is the 50 other homes that are listed around your house. This is like cooking up Darby, right? I'm like, you're one of 50. These people are going out there, they have to at least get into your house. People aren't getting selected. This is why we have to do this, right? And it was also people would have like the weird marketing techniques of, you know, 199, right? Something like that, like the nines. I'm like, you're losing your marketing by rounding it off. Just have a 0 at the end, because people that look from 100 to 200, 200 to 300, you never know. That could be kind of a fixture up where they want to put the money into it. So I will come in with a huge marketing presentation. I've worked on it to this day. A couple months ago, we went over a listing presentation, and we still to this day use something like that line. So we come in there and just tell them, this is how you should be selling your house. Yeah. So back then it was about just connecting. I mean, Megan's here. She was a teacher then. I would build her a fire. She would sit there with the dog, right? Or something like that. And I would go upstairs in the room and on a snow day and get on the phone all day. Just sat there all day long. And some days it felt like I was doing nothing. I get like 10 connections. And then 6 months later, when you sold all those homes, you're like, I gotta do that, right? So there's days that just absolutely suck that you just constantly sat there and make connections. You're going through it, right? But those connections eventually turn into deals down the road. Yeah. So that's how I got started. It was just a grind. And then coaching helped me a lot too. There was no such thing as teams back then. Now you can leverage yourself with teams, say, hey, I'm with this person. They're going to mentor me. Back then it was like, I was out there figuring it out. I have to track down my manager, literally track him down and sit down and talk about how do I go after this. My manager did go into some listings with me because like it was like the $2 million one in Wayne. I was just walking into a world I had nothing about. And I got very little of those, just to let you know, like those. But I still walked in there and learned a lot. I walked in and went, oh, this is not my world yet. But I tried. I swung away. I was in these houses just trying to get it. They had to sell their house. Yeah. So that's how I started. Any other questions? Yeah.
When you were in your first couple years in the business, what was the biggest failure that you had to learn from?
Family's not always going to use you. Just get it over with now. And the best way I try to handle it now is I have somebody on my team or somebody else that's going to help you. If someone calls me out family, there's more rejection than there is wins, right? It's just part of the game. Your wins are huge. They're $10,000 checks. Your rejections are just time. And then consistency of doing it, right? You can go on a hot streak for 3 days and think you have to drop everything. Someone will see you home tomorrow at 10 when you're prospecting time. And then all of a sudden you get out of a funk, out of a rhythm, and your funk's gone, right? And you keep just doing it day and day. Like I have to show these people homes. I say consistent. So I have these peaks and valleys. So I would like have like 2 or 3, 4 million in sales 1 month. zero the next, right? And you're like, what just happened? Because I just blew off everything I was supposed to do. And then it took another 3 to 4 months to ramp back up your business. And so now it's like you have to lead gen, you have to get into it every day. Lead gen, everyone, it's not just cold calling and prospecting. I mean, it's always prospecting. You don't have to just cold call. I do a ton of follow-up now. I mean, I have a database of 25,000, what it is. We have 25,000 people in our database now over the years of my life. We have tons of people that I barely have talked to. We're trying to always communicate with home evaluations. So they're the biggest in the first couple of years. That was the hardest thing. Also, when you first start, I mean, the first year I made 15,000 gross commission. That hurts. I worked 7 jobs, right? I said, I'm doing this. So I built it all around it. So it's just, you have to realize the first year is not your apprentice. You're learning it slowly. You're learning it slowly. As you start building it up and building it up, all of a sudden you're like, oh, cool. Like the second year, I made $96,000, right? Next year I made like 120 and it kept growing. I kept looking how to grow it and make it consistent. So you have to realize the first year you have to learn this trade. It's okay. So it's just, you have to learn the trade and what you're doing and make it consistent. Otherwise you're going to fail. I understand the quick money and the money is important, but you have to learn how to get by the first couple of years and learn what you're doing. So master the trade, take your time. I used to sit there at night, read news articles and emails that I get. There was, not TikTok and everything else out there, and just learn about the business, right? It's all right to go, I'll get back to you. I need to talk to my manager or somebody else. You don't have to answer on the spot. You can just actually have a communication.
So you keep mentioning like prospecting and lead gen. In order to, like, what systems for that did you use to sort of be so consistent?
At first, I guessed, I'm not gonna lie. Then I used Excel spreadsheet. And then I went to a very basic CRM. And then I've upgraded CRM over the years. We provide a CRM with it, use it, right? So that keeps you in order. I forget, the notes are in there, I forget the conversations. Meg will have conversations about someone that we did business past. She has to remind me 3 different ways. So I'm like, oh, that's the person, right? I mean, you talk to a lot of people in a day, right? So you have to get into a rhythm. You need the time block, morning to noon every day. Just do it. The other question that comes in with that is, who am I prospecting? Over the years, everything has changed. Who to prospect to, right? It's whatever you feel comfortable with prospecting, right? I mean, at this point, like before they say make phone calls, stuff's changed. You have magical devices, right? You can text them, simple things we've talked about, like just messages. Back to school, you need school supplies, here's a link, that kind of stuff. Anything to stay in front of the people you know. But you always have to introduce like just strangers into your world because you have to grow your database, right? 50 to 70% is going to be your past clients that come back to you of the business that you want. That means you have to replace other 50 to 30 to 50%, right? You have to figure out what you feel comfortable with to get it, right? So like it's like if I keep telling you what to do and you don't want to do it, you just won't do it. You need to come to someone that's like me or someone else leading you and going, I feel comfortable doing this. How do I maximize this, right? Some people do videos, some people do texting, some people do whatever, call expires. It's just whatever you feel comfortable with going after, but you have to do it every day. It will pay off. Your rentals, that could be a good income, right? So like that could be something you could grow. You may not want to. I've said it the other day to you. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Kevin, how long were you a sole agent and when did you start bringing leverage into your business? When did it what did that time look like?
Joe was my first real assistant that stuck. When did you start? 2011. So I took I took it. I was 1 foot in, 1 foot out from end of November of 2007 to, we'll say, April of 2009. Right. I was kind of like, do I want to do this? And then I had a friend call me in 2009. I was driving the Phillies game. This is when they're winning yet. And they're like, I'm thinking about renting. I'm like, why would you rent when you could buy a house? And that's when I was like, I'm doing this. She was in the car with me actually. And I was like, I'm going full time. And I made a decision to actually have both feet in. Within 2 years, I had an assistant. I failed with a couple before that because I didn't know what I was doing, to be honest. And then I knew Joe from college, and that became my first assistant. When he came in, it leveraged me to, I hit that next year in March, I hit 3 million in sales and 3 million in sales and 2 million in sales. he took so much off my plate, I focused in my prospecting and running around my clients. So it took me 2 years to get into that. From there, it was going, like, I had a couple clients that I couldn't get to. And I went, I need a buyer's agent. I need someone to show him homes. I made him get his license. Right, so that helped me leverage certain clientele that I couldn't get to actually help me out. And that's where my team started. Within a year or two, I opened up my first office. Yeah, so I mean, that's what happened. I just think everyone needs to realize they need to leverage their time. We're all salespeople here. You want to go out and talk to clients and show homes and listings. If you're doing anything else but that, I'll take that back. Until you're busy enough that you realize that you can't do your own paperwork, you should keep prospecting and do everything you can. As soon as you start becoming too busy, you need to leverage your time correctly and pick the first correct hire, which is always an assistant. Nowadays, we have transactional managers that take stuff off your plate and other paid assistants per file. When I first started leveraging Janice, was not here, I hired Janice full time. Because Janice became my TC and then trained her enough to close it. So like I would get it to a point that it was just in reply to inspections and negotiations. I'll go, here's what I want, and she would take it strictly all the way up to settlement, and I would shut the settlement. So I just started leveraging my time more and more. So you just have to slowly think about, well, how are you going to leverage your time? What's worth it your time or not? I do this to this day. I mean, like, I have notes of how to leverage your time right here. Yeah. So, and with that, I always say one thing I've learned in the last 5 years is always look for like your next hire. Always look for talent out there. I mean, I go through a drive-through and pick up coffee, and I think someone has talent. I'll give my card and I go, I think you're in the wrong job. Call me if you want to talk. If they call me, then I know they want to talk. If they don't, then I move up on it. But I'm always looking for talent or someone that can do something correctly, right? And I try to act quickly now. So instead of dragging out, saying this is not the right role for you or something going on, I try to say, you really don't want to do this. You like the idea of it, but let's adjust to what you want to do. You have to find the passion of the person that's working around you to actually make them thrive and actually wake up and say, I want to do this today. I've had many employees over the last 10 years now that come in here, they show up a half hour late. They just want the role to be around me or to do what they're doing. And that's not what I want. I want them to be like, I want to do this. I don't want to have to chase them for reports. I want them to report back like I got this going on. And I want them to push me forward. And it's a lot easier said than done, but when you start realizing it, then it changes everything. Yes, questions? All right, yeah, go ahead.
So, this is kind of a forward question that I think Megan, and, touch on this 11, but what, from 2010, 2011, all the way to 2022, upward trend. What are you and your team doing different today to balance, the MLS is down 25% year. We got to get from these days.
We're praying. Hopefully this turns.
Smiling on the chair.
Stuck and hiding a little bit. Yeah. First of all, earlier you said, Meg, when did you join in? 8 years ago?
When I came back from, 8 years ago.
8 years ago. So you're saying when Meg joined, it was 8 years ago, whatever that was. So after our daughter was born, we decided to actually make it a family business and work into it. So two of my 3 kids are actually on payroll and in it. They're in videos, they do stuff for us, they post stuff for us. When Anna gets a little bit older, he'll be a part of it as well. But what are we doing now? Is we started focusing on our COI a lot more. Like we've always had a touch plan, but not organized enough. So we've introduced monthly mailers to everyone, QR codes on it. We are going after a full database. So your COI, we have 24,000 people into it. Our COI is maybe 2,000, right? And that's still stretching it. And it's just people we know we think we can get business from. So that means there's another 22,000 people where we haven't been touching. So we put a whole game plan actually of marketing to them. And it's really because what does everyone want right now? Besides you, what does everyone else want? Listings, right? So we basically just sending them mailers going, do you want a home evaluation? Do you want a home evaluation? Right? We're sending them like dummy home evaluations that pulls from the internet, right? The next thing is when they hit yes, and they say it comes up to 500,000, we're going, hey, what do you think about the home evaluation? You're looking to sell. A lot of them say no, and then the next question everyone should be asking is, when do you plan on selling your house? All right, because like 3 years, like, cool, I'm gonna follow up with you for 3 years. I want you to be my sale, right? And that's how we're loading up our future database. And there's people nowadays that are going, yeah, I want to sell them 3 months, 6 months, my kids graduate, whatever might be happening. And so that's letting us actually get listings. Like, so that's controlling the market. But there's also a lot of people who are talking to us about, I would sell my house, but I don't want to put the market on my neighbors know. So now we have a whole list of people that might sell. So when we come across that person or the team tells us that they're like, I want to buy in Levittown. Or go to our database, call Mary up. Hey, Mary, do you want to sell your house? We have someone that might want to look at it. You want to sign a 1-day listing contract? Let us do an open house for the weekend, sign a 1-week listing contract. We're trying to control the market so we can actually see what's going on. So the biggest thing is we're going after database, right? We're working on back to basics on like actually setting an appointment. So I like processes, right? When I set up everything doing, it should be the same thing over and over again, like McDonald's, the fry girl's the fry girl, right? The guy behind the counter is punching it in. So right now you're getting the leads, you have to find out what the good lead sources are. It's need to speed to talk to the person when they apply to anything. It's actually setting up a meeting as quick as possible. Don't let them meet another agent. You want to be in front of them. And then after that, most agents walk away and they're kind of confused. Like, cool, I showed them a house. That person's nowhere near ready to buy or sell a house. The next thing is setting up the next step and controlling the client, right? So control the client. So what we're trying to do is say, hey, here's the next step we are going to do, and you do it for them. Right? If they want to list their house in a year, cool. The next step is actually where you're going to go. Haven't figured that out yet. I might go, wow, cool. Why don't we talk about the pros and cons of everything? You need to narrow it down. And in the meanwhile, we need to get your house starting to think about staging for the spring market. And then here's the contractors. I'm going to have them call it. That moves them along. Consumers don't know what's next. That's the problem. They think they do, but they don't. They're just like, I want to do this. What do I do next? It's kind of like training for a marathon. I want to go run 26 miles. Unless you follow a program, you're not going to actually run the 26 miles. You're just going to go hurt yourself. I'll do that, right? But I would just go run, then all of a sudden I'm hurt. But otherwise, you have to control what the consumer is doing and move them along in the process. We're the professionals. We know what we're doing. They do not. So you take it step by step along the process and doing it. So we're trying to control the consumers, not control, but guide them along, is a better word, of what they're going to do day to day. And you know that they actually want to sell in the spring market. Well, we have 6 months roughly, right? They need to be actually the final push like a month or two before. So you have 4 months. In real estate terms, 4 months is not that long. I was talking to Mike Jacobs about a lead. They talked to a woman who doesn't want to buy till next year. That is around the corner. She's not pre-approved. She hasn't decided what she wants. What's the next step? Decide on the houses you want. Let's get you pre-approved. What's the next step after that? Oh, why don't we just put you on a watch right now and show you what's on the market, so you're not delusioned of what the homes actually cost, right? That townhouse 5 years ago was worth $250. Now it's worth $450. Can she afford it? Hey, well, this is the interest rates. This is what you can afford. If they drop to 6, but it is, you better jump. If they go to 8, this is what you can afford. You got to get them educated, knowledgeable. So we're trying to just be more into it. Like, we're going from 6.1 million of sales to like 4.3. Same thing happened 2007 to 9. It went that slide of inventory that sold throughout the United States. We're all feeling the pinch. You gotta control everything you can do to keep the sales going. Because you can't say I lost that one. Next up, there isn't a next up in the world right now. You have to be very conscious of what you're doing with the consumer. Now, we're not going to win them all. There's going to be people that want to overprice or get a house that's way under. But I was talking to the castle here with 1L. 1L. We can see inventory changes. So we have people in the team in the city going, you can actually get a deal with a condo right now, right? And now we're looking at people like out in Coatesville going, you might get a deal with someone listing their house right now because it's undervalued, but like in between, people are getting multiple offers. So you just got to know your market. So when you're talking to a consumer, you're like, hey, you want to live in Coatesville or getting land? Go make that crappy offer. Let's see what happens, because the other person's desperate to sell it, right? But if you're looking Conshohocken around the corner and there's like 18 offers, you can't be like, hey, make 100 grand off. So we're just trying to work the consumer correctly, what's going on.
You have a process for getting ready to have hard conversations with speculative listings that are.
Everyone's different. if you ask Meg, we talk about almost every single one of them. So I think practice before you go into it. The practice is, this is the conversation we're gonna have, right? Practice with somebody, doesn't matter who it is. And then have them throw 5, 10 what ifs or different examples, so you can actually,
That's great.
anything good in there?
Yeah.
Good. So you can actually like be ready for their conversation, the banter back and forth, so you feel knowledgeable and confident in that conversation. The worst thing you can do is get up there and say, you need to reduce it 25%, and they're like, why? You're like, I don't know, because you're not selling the house, right? Like, that's just not gonna convince them to do it. But if you're like, hey, you need to reduce it 25% because these are stats. When we first looked at market valuation, the interest rates are 6, we're at 7.5 now. That has lost $150,000 buyer power. Here's the stats. Here's all the homes that are popping up, and this is what's happened. MLS has a lot of. If you have all that stats and you go back and forth and you practice it in that conversation, you win 90% of the time, right? I mean, people on my team call me up all the time. Megan does all the time before he goes even to certain conversations of a multiple bid offer, and then the other agents pushing back of, I want to know the price. I want to know what happened. We've worked on that conversation, so you go into it. It's the same thing that, my client picked the best price for them, and not the best price, the best terms for them, right? And this is why. And we're not revealing anything else until after 7. Like, we work in that conversation. So everyone's a little bit different. So your person that you have to drop, 20%, you need to practice that conversation, get ready for it, and get someone, get Joe, and go back and forth and have the tough conversation so you're ready to walk into it. Yeah. The one we'll work on this, I guess, in script practice or objection handling is. The one thing I've learned, I work with Bill Pipes, is he goes, I'm so excited that you brought that up, right? Make that negative conversation positive, right? I'm so excited that you brought that up. I'm writing it down, right? Is because you want to make that hard, tough conversation very positive, and you're like, good, let's talk about it. I want to talk about that with you and what's going on. And if you have that conversation with your client, then they realize that you're there for them and you're ready to go to battle, right? Sometimes it's, I'm so excited that you brought that up. I need to go do more research. I'll get back to you, right? I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I don't have that memorized. Somebody say you might have to have that memorized, right? And then when you know that conversation coming up with your client, you need to be prepared before you start having, you call them up or they're calling you up. You can feel that's coming, right? They bought like 80 ounces of it. So like, you just need to be ready for that kind of stuff. What? I know, it's a lot of food. Who's hungry? Okay.
So you spoke about database and follow-ups and controlling the client. For people who don't have a process set in place, what should that process look like, and how often should they be reaching out and touching base?
Everyone's process is going to be different, and it's the biggest thing I tell everyone is start anywhere and improve it. Go look at videos I'm doing. I started somewhere and I was really, really bad. Now I'm just really, really bad, right? But I've improved a little bit, right? So you have to start your process. It's going to be your own. Everything I've done is a process. Our listing presentation, that's been 16 years in the works, right? So start anywhere. The process for database.
Database or follow-up after you meet a client. They're two different.
They're different. So which one do you want?
Go for follow-ups after you talk to them.
So on the phone, if you talk to a new client,
Yes.
the biggest thing after follow-up when you talk to a new client on the phone is setting the next steps. You have to set the next steps, whatever it might be. It might be talk to your lender or talk to my lender. I'm going to have them call you, right? I'm going to follow up with you next week. I'm going to see how that conversation with your lender to see what you're pre-approved for. And you actually have to do it. That's why we use a CRM system. You put the notes in there, talk to blah, blah, blah lender. I sent my lender, try to connect them right away. Sometimes you send a group text together, right? And then you call them the next week, say Thursday to Thursday, said, did you talk to the lender? And if they say, yes, they're actually ready to move forward. I talked to you more. If they said, no, they're going to give you reasons why. But hey, why don't we try this again? You have to move the process forward. We know what the process is. If they're going to jump out and look at homes right away, they're skipping the process. I am a firm believer showing a home to have a face-to-face meeting. That is my buyer consultation at times. Oh, you want to look at 2 homes? Cool. This is my schedule. Saturday at 9 o'clock, I have shit going on later, and show them the 2 homes. But when I show up with the buyer consultation. We sit there and talk as we walk through the homes, and we're actually having that full conversation. After that, I engage if they're a real buyer or what's going on and moving the process forward. So I will say in that home 5 times, the next important step is get it pre-approved, right? The other thing is for a listing, if you talk to them about listing their house, it's setting the next appointment, right? How much can you move the needle forward? Whatever that might be. Typically, when you're trying to get into a listing, you ask a whole bunch of questions and you're like, hey, before I come meet with you, maybe you get your mortgage statement, get this and get that. And we sit down, we can actually go deeper into it. And you call them up saying, you can pull that information up. I want to come prepared when we go into some presentation. You don't get to walk in someone's house twice at times anymore, right? There's another agent will say that it's worth 100 grand more, or it's this, or I'll do free crap for you, whatever it might be. So you need to prepare when you walk in there. So set the next appointment, make sure you follow up with them. There's many of times they're going to cancel with you. We know our stats. We have set appointment stat to met. That drops off significantly. Like I set an appointment, 75% of the people we talk to, I met 35% of those people because they're always canceling for whatever reason. We all do the same stuff. People call you every single day and we cancel and I'm going, I just did it to be nice, right? But if you keep following up, then they realize you want to represent them, and then you go for it. So then you show up prepared for that. So you need to move the needle forward. You know the steps. Do you have your own process down on what you want to do? And then when you move that needle forward, you want to keep following up until you move to the next step, right? Like we know our stats of what we want to accomplish. We know our stats going on. We know how many are going to settle when we talk to people. So we know this whole process. So that was one. You want to talk about database?
Sure.
Yeah, she's not important. Go ahead.
You mentioned using a lot of different CRMs, is there one that you specifically like?
This shouldn't be recorded. You pay for a command. Are you using it? Have you tried to learn it? What CRM do you use now? Well, I would start with command. It's actually pretty good, right? I don't know if you're on a team, but like sometimes teams provide one. Command, as it grows, it's getting better and better, right? So you're paying for one, so use the one that's for free. All right, so that's my recommendation. Where's John Paul? Talk to the tech guy. He'll walk you through it. It's actually pretty good. My team uses Sierra Interactive because we build it all out. We can build our website out and SEO and build our trip plans out. So we pay for one. I pay one for the team, right? I don't care what CRM system you use. Follow up boss, this, use it, right? So most people use 1% of their CRM system when if you get to 10%, you'd be much more efficient, right? You're not going to learn the whole system ever, but if you actually start learning the system and using it, I mean, your question is based around how many contacts you have in your phone. Look it up. Everyone look up their contacts. Y'all have them. We'll talk about database. How many of those do you follow up with?
I didn't work social media to contacts, probably like
50. So you're leaving 450 out. So if you actually do it correctly, you convert 10%, you can get leads, 10% of the 450, there's 45 settlements that you're passing up on. People are worried about paying for more leads and using other stuff instead of people that you know. It's like, yeah, cool, do a ton of social media, but you have people following you. Do you engage them? The people that follow you in social media, whatever you do, right? Do you engage the people that make comments? Do you actually ask them for the contact information?
I usually try to start. Don't really get just word, you're gonna get the bottom of the email or the text.
Who cares? If you piss them off, they don't want to talk to you, then who cares and move on. So you want to get their phone number, you want to get their full contact, right? What's the best contact you're actually going to read, right? So you should be sending them newsletters. It's once a month. Make it actually real stuff. Don't just have a recipe of the month of the pumpkin pie or, the spice latte crap, right? Like don't have nonsense people don't want to read. Have it real. We put our family in every single time. People used to follow our dog's life, right? I'm being serious. It was like, oh, it's great seeing Snuffy's newsletters, right? It wasn't about Snuffy, it's our family. We put our stuff in there. We have other real estate stuff in there. You should be sending them a text message once a month, once every month or quarterly, right? You should be calling them. You can DM off of all the social media sites. They reply that way. It could be Instagram, right? Whatever it might be. But if you put that all in your CRM system saying, DM Bob on Instagram, and you can be like, hey, dude, and you're not asking for business, you're just communicating with them. You have to stay relevant, right? So you have to think about that. So I don't care what CRM system you use. Pick one and go with it. There's I think they're in this room alone, there's 6 that I've talked to people that they use it. But I would start with Command at least. Yeah. Who else has 500 plus in their phone? How many people do you talk to, Mr. Havertown? And how many you talk to? 20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Worse.
Who has more than 3,000? Besides you, Meg, no one cares. How many you have? How many you talk to? Mortgage guys may have a different thing with sending out communication. I don't know what it is, but easy newsletters, easy text messages, just giving value gets more response.
What's the only straight up, what's the reason? Reaching out to them, give me your business.
There's 2 ways to think about it, right? There's the Ford script. Does everyone know what that is? One person shook their head, yes. Family, occupation, recreation, dreams. You just go in, Bob, how's the wife? All right, how's the job? How's tennis? What's your big trip this year, right? Put that in your notes, and that's your quarterly conversation. Or if you're reaching out, Castle likes a text message. Just, what can I do for you? Or like back to school stuff. Hey, it's back to school. There's a sale at Macy's, whatever. I guess I don't know if Macy's exists, but like, whatever, right? But it's simple. Don't go, hey, I want your business. If they want to give you business, they're going to tell you about it. They're going to reach out. Hey, I have a question for you. They're the best message I ever get. I have a question for you. Cool. That's what I want. But otherwise, you have to keep it very simple and just reach out to them and be a human being. If you're the 1950 sales guy, I want business from you every single time. They're going to get pissed off and not look at you at all, right? We do ask once a year though. Once a year we go, you have any referrals for us? Keep us in mind, right? Got to make sure that they realize you're in the business, but otherwise it's just soft touches. You move them forward, you put them in your CRM system. I'm not going to remember half the conversations I have. I actually, on people on my team, I go, send me a text so I remember this. So what happens is 6 months later, we did agree upon something and they'll go, here's the text. I'm like, oh, you're right. Because I totally forget, right? So like it's actually putting it down and writing that you actually have it. So Mike, the conversations are just very loose in general. Megan asked about database. I just think we're talking about database. I think everybody's not realizing like Zillow has made trillions of dollars off of our database, all on our phone. We should be putting, I don't care what effort, into your database. People you know. You have 450 people. How many transactions is your goal next year? So your database has that right there for you. You don't have to focus on anything else really, right? I mean, like the top 3 lead sources are SOI, open houses, and the internet leads. And it should be replaced, internet leads with database, right? People pay for internet leads, right? You probably write a lot of checks for that. So like, and they don't convert it well enough. You might as well go after people that you kind of know. And it's not them actually buying and selling a house, it's them giving you a referral. Right? That's all you want. You want a referral and you want a warm intro, right? Not, I told my friend about you, right? If you don't have that intro and be like, hey, listen, I'll be cool and nice and I'll just call them up. Hey, I heard you're looking to buy or sell a house. If you're not doing that, it's not a good intro, right? And you have to go after and then really just educate them, right? Be the agent that actually wants to help the consumer over just looking for a transaction. But if you're going to spend, say, $2,000 Zillow leads a month, you might as well spend $2,000 in hitting up that contact list, doing anything you can to get in front of them. All right. So the process for us for now the database that we've been working at for the last, what, like 6 months now? It was taking us a while just to actually conceptualize everything. Is we even start tapping into like social media accounts where there's who knows how many people following us on that. We started with an email every other week about, do you want a cash offer? Do you want a home evaluation? We want listings. Buyers are great. We want listings. And it's every other week, every 15 days, like clockwork, boom, boom. And they come in and I see people's names. I have no idea who they're at. They're in my database looking for home evaluations. Every day. We had 2 this morning. You'd be surprised. Saturday at 1 o'clock. So I'm like, sure, I want to see what my home's worth. We'll call them. We don't know where it's going to go, but we're trying to get that database to go answer and then answer the phone call, right? And then the phone call, they go, I'm not looking to sell. And they go, you know anyone else looking to buy or sell? When are you looking to sell your house? We just want that data. If you know the data, what Google and everything else is going after, if you know that data, then you can actually promptly go after them. My question is through text messages, are you looking to buy or sell or buy an investment property in the next 3 to 5 years? And when they say yes, I go, when and what are you looking to do? And that goes right in our data. And then we have a drip plan around that right there. So then we know if we don't actually get a hold of them and sell or buy or help them buy an investment property, we fucked up. We got the information. This is what Google wants. This is what Zillow wants. They want to know the information because they'll go after that person even harder. And that's what we're trying to focus on with their data. Now we're working on the process because not a lot of people talk about this, but I think it's something you should focus on. Who took bowling? I know some of you did. They talk about data the whole time in there, right? Your database. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Biggest fear? Unknowledgeable, right? It's not what you see in TV shows. We're just ignorant to it all, right? So I try to become my mindset apprentice and just learn and be in the room and listen and read everything I could and just get into it. I do it to this day. Someone's like, hey, can you do surgery on my shoulder? I'm like, right? Same thing as getting in real estate. You might see someone buy and sell a house. I actually went through like 4 rentals. I still couldn't, it was a HUD, right? It's Alta now. I couldn't tell you what was on that paper. I didn't understand it. So then I studied it. And then one day my manager goes, hey, can you teach this to somebody else? You didn't think I knew what I was doing. I'm like, cool. And I explained it correctly. He goes, oh, how'd you learn that? I'm like, I took it and I took somebody's and I studied it, learned it, right? So when someone else asks questions, I go, this is this, and went right through the whole line, right? The other thing was just the fact that the biggest thing I didn't realize is I got coaching right away, not right away. In a couple of years, someone recommended it. And I called it being like coaching for an executive for real estate. The fact that I had to be on the phones and learn to have the proper conversations, right? So we call it script practice. We call it this, we call it that. Is what you say matters. And we've worked on it for years of what you say to your clients and everyone else and other realtors and how you communicate with them and be professional matters. So that was the biggest thing I had to overcome because I was like, literally, I was up in Brooklyn, a 3-day class. First day, I'm like, this is not fucking real. And everyone's working on a script. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And the first day I sat there just like shaking my head, like, what the hell did I pay for? And there was 600 people in this room. And I was like, I don't get this. The second day, I'm like, all right. Then I went and talked to some people who are doing like 50 million in sales, right? Like, this is what you do. Yeah, we work on it all the time. And then I started, like, I paid for the coaching classes. The guy goes, you're going to fail. I saw you sit in the back room. He told me this. I'm like, all right. Because I'm a guy that sits in the back of the room. I don't give a shit, right? But I listen. So then I got into it. It was 6 months of him fighting with me about, like, you have to learn how to do this stuff. You have to learn how to be professional. And now I lecture everyone else. You have to be professional. Your emails need to be professional. Your conversations need to be professional. You need to treat everyone with respect, even if they're wrong, yelling at you. And so I then took coaching very seriously, right? And then now I'm a coach other people. Like, this is what you have to do. So those kind of things took me a while to get over. Like, it's not just being Van and White. Here's the house. Like, you got to know about house, right? You need to know about the HVAC system. You need to know about roofs and look at them for shit. You need to actually know your trade, right? So then, like, my dad's a master carpenter. I knew a lot about houses, but then I started digging into it. Listen, if there's a house for the septic now, I'm calling people on my team. There's 2 people here on the team that deal with a lot more septics. I don't know enough about them. I go, cool, educate me, help me, bring you on the deal. Like, so there's areas that I'm not in, right, that I don't know enough about, I have to still reach out and get help. So if you guys don't know something, something's going wrong, Vicky's in the room right there. We call Vicky up all the time, ask questions. Talk to Vicky a lot. Right? You want to get someone else's opinion. That's why she's here. So it was interesting when I first got into it, because I didn't think anything what the business was. And the other thing that people don't realize, because we're wrapping up soon, right, is treat this like a business. It's not a hobby that makes a lot of money. You run a business, each one of us, even running someone else's team, you run a business, right? You should have a P&L, you should make sure that you're avoiding taxes and doing everything you can, how much profit you should make. Sometimes people do stuff and they think I broke even. I'm like, is that worth it? Is it a learning curve? Or are you just like, you're laughing? I have people tell me, I broke even. I'm like, no, you didn't, because you lost a lot of time. Right? So like, you need to make sure that it's actually a business that you're running and making money. Yes, we're down this year. Are you laying the foundation for the next 10 years? Look what just happened, right? I'm not saying it's going to be 10-year run, or actually like 14-year run or something like that. But the next couple of years, you're laying the foundation for a really easy path for at least 5 to 7 years up. And this is where you grind it out. And that's why. Everybody turn their cell phones off, please. That's why we're grinding out now. So when the years start becoming easy and you see people getting back into business, like how you do this, the last 3 years, we grinded it out, redid our, like, we're not revamping, but we're reorganizing and making better for those next 5 years, right? That's what you want, right? That's what we're all actually striving for. Make it a repeatable business. But oh yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
You started recruiting, how much did you come up with your team splits and how you do that?
Myself. Joe, Megan. At first, I was too generous with some people. It's been a process, the best way to say it. Like, I go around robbing of this and that. I want to make it fair for the team, but I also want to actually make money, not do a lot of work for nothing. So you go back and forth, back and forth. At this point, read the Red Book, MRA, right? And follow profit first, right? At this point, when I look at everything, I go, all right, I want my team members to make a lot of money. I truly do. I want anyone on my team to make more money than I make. I want them to be happy. I want them to do whatever they want to do. But I also look, am I putting this effort in there and paying for leads and doing this, that, and am I making a profit? So I literally will start off everything and I write down 100%. That's the gross commission you can make. And then I start putting line items, what it's going to cost. And my first line item is profit. If you do everything else first and profit last, then it's not profit first, right? So like, you need to actually realize you want to make money in doing this. And then I look at the lead source. Is it my personal lead? How much work did I do for it? I did not do for it, right? How much am I involved in my ISAs, drumming it up? There's a lot that goes into it that I constantly look at, billions of spreadsheets. So make a spreadsheet that you can change numbers so it flows. I've asked other people, is this fair? I ask Joe all the time. He's an advocate for my team. He really is. He really, because I'll be like, look at this, and he'll be like, it's not fair because of this, and he'll just fight back to me. That's what I want, right? And I want him to actually call me out my bullshit, right? Because I have a lot of it. So like you have to look at that. What is it worth for you? So like every example is going to be different. But if you have your own business that you're drumming up and you're getting too busy, how much money do you want to make off it? Right? You may be taking 50% of it, but 25 to 30, 35% could be expenses for that lead. So then you're only getting a 10, 15, 20% profit. So you have to realize that it's just because you're taking that much more, where's your expenses in there? Because your cost of goods sold is your agent. How much is the cost of goods? What are they getting out of it? 10, 20, 30, 50%. So out of 100, you're down to 50 already. You're working off that. It's not easy. And then also when you're starting a team, you have to look at what's your value? What's the value prop? Is your knowledge, is it leads, or CRM? I mean, is it coaching? Is it one-on-ones? Is it they're sitting in your open houses? I mean, you can come up with 1,000 different things. Why are they on your team? Why are they going to stay? And also realize that some team members are going to come in for 2 or 3 years and bolt. That's the hardest thing. You pour into people and then they're like, hey, I think I can do it better than you. And then they start calling you up when they leave. Hey, help me out with this. You're like, And then are you a good person? How much you want to talk to them? So you had to realize that, like, I sit in Gary Keller's masterminds and he's like, dude, if you find someone that's talented, you didn't give enough, big enough ceiling to actually keep growing. They thought they could do it before you just want to get your knowledge, or you did something wrong and realize good people are going to come for 2 or 3 years and leave. Meg and I talk about it all the time. It's very hard when we see people come and go. And it's just like, we put a lot into them, they leave. And maybe you learn something from it, right? So every time I try to look at something as a positive when something I think is bad, I go, well, at least this came from it, because it forced you to do something. Right? A new form, a new this, a new that, whatever it might be. So, but I'll be happy to talk to you if you want to go over that detail. I'm pretty like at this point when I'm looking at splits and leads, if there's no money in for me, I'm not doing it. I'm not looking to break even. I have 3 kids and a wife and a dog that thinks me a neglector. That I don't want to spend extra time doing stuff. I've been in this since 2007. I study it every day of all aspects now. And if I'm not looking to actually grow myself and spend the time in it or actually make money, I'm not doing it. So people are like, hey, Kevin, I'm like, nope. And they don't like that. And saying no is the hardest thing, but now I'm like, no. And they're like, but I'm like, convince me why. And they can't convince me why or even try, it's done. I forget the conversation exists. So I'll be more than happy to sit down and whatever that team discussion you want to have. Okay.
There's a first few times down. There's a book by Michael, this one's, and you kind of outlines, I didn't read that book. On the first.
Yeah. That's we're in business, right? And when you're a solo agent, your profit's huge. 75, 80%, right? And the goal was to have, when you had a team, that you made 40% off everyone, right? That's, profits getting shrunk by everything, brokers getting crushed by, certain things. So you have to look at it. Or why are you doing it? Is you're going to have enough profit, right? If there's 10,000 commission, I make $1,000 profit. People go, isn't that a win? I'm like, good, but how much time did I spend into that? Right. So you have to really think about what you're putting in and who's in your system. Right. So like my team alone, I have a recruiter coach, because it was like, I love my team. I'm there from anytime they call. Literally, if they call me, if I'm awake, I'm answering the phone. But she's there to also help me out as well, like recruiting, bringing people in, because I was losing time trying to onboard and chase certain things, right? Which just wasn't worth my time. So she handles that, right? So you have to just think about it every single day. Yeah. I look at my P&Ls monthly, actually weekly. Yeah. And then the last thing before we jump, know your data. And that's just all inclusive, right? Leads coming in, how are they converting? ISAs making calls, what's coming from that? Your P&L, your cash flow, right? A lot of people fail out of business because they don't have a cash flow. They may crush it for 5 months, and all of a sudden they think they have all the money, and 5 months are shitty, right? You need to have a savings and balance, right? And I'm not a big believer of keeping money in a bank, but I have a staff and payroll. I want them to stay with me because we've grown together. So I have a cushion, right? There's bad months, there's good months, and I tracked it for the last 7 years now, and it's kind of not random. There's seasonality, but there's other months that you're like, I don't know why it went bad, and I know exactly why now. So just think about this winter coming up. If rates go up another point, what's going to happen? Do you have enough money to float through it and make it through it? Know your cash flow. So know your data, know what's going on. I look at it weekly. She knows, and the kids know it. I'm going up to the office. I have to look at stuff. I need to think and just conceptualize and know what's going on. I know when our teams are having settlements. I know what's going on with transactions. I look at it all the time saying we have to fix this, do that. So it's very important to know your data. So if you're a newer or smaller team, if I went back to when I started my team, I would know my data more and I would track that heavier. Yeah. As you grow and grow and grow, it's harder to really get into too much, right? But I'm a data junkie. I think that's the way I work. That's my mind. Yeah. Yeah.
You've been in business a long time, well, I've been in business a long time, and I haven't been diligent about reaching my past people. Every once in a while, I do it. So, but when I want to start doing regular visiting every month, reach out to everyone. What would be that introductory email that you would send out, especially with some people that, they haven't sold their house yet, not yet, but, I'm just talking it out of the blue.
I would just put them on a newsletter. I do stuff and ask forgiveness later. Not the best, that's not the best way to do it. But if you put them on a newsletter and give them the option to unsubscribe, let them unsubscribe, let them complain to you. There's people every month I go unsubscribe and it's on there. I scroll down and just do it myself, right? I don't even care. I would start with a newsletter first and just have it running. And then I would follow up with phone calls. Hey, did you see my new newsletter I started? I haven't talked to you in a while. Are you ready to sell that house? If you're not asking for business, you're not going to get the business. Don't hope they're going to call you. They're not. Because we're calling. I'm not lying. We've stolen people's clients all the time. Because like my agent hasn't called me in 3 years. And you have called me 5 times. You've reached out to me. Right? I'm not trying to be rude about it. I'm saying someone else is going to try to get your clients. It could be your aunt, right? But I haven't heard from you. We never talked about real estate. I see you at family functions. You can't hope they're going to give you the business. Right? So if you're not actually going after it and knowing their timeline and saying, hey, you want to sell the spring market, there's shit to do to your house before we get ready. Right? So you have to be actually asking for it, going for it. And in this market, if you lose one and just say you're doing 12 deals a year and then you're 11, how's that affect you? Financially, mentally, all that kind of stuff, right? If you go from 24 to 23, it might not be as much, but still, who knows what the payday is? So you have to be just smart about it. So right now for you, I would say start a newsletter. Keep going after calling the people you're calling. Don't stop doing what you're doing, right? And then from there, I would slowly start getting organized and put them all into some kind of like 33 touch plan, right? So start, and when I say 33 touch plan, there's billions of them out there. Start with the ones you can conquer first, right? Don't think you're going to go and have an event client party, right? I've tried that. It was a debacle every single time, right? Every time, because we're not organized enough for that, right? But we get a newsletter out. We have emails, a text message going out, and we have calls that we try to do. And that's the first couple things we're tackling. Event client's awesome, but you have to do it. So just get organized and slowly move the needle. Like, how do I make this better every day? Kind of thing.
Kevin, are you guys doing anything to even conversation with past clients and if they buy a house? We have a vendor list like that. Land cases.
I wish we were that organized, right? The one thing we're telling everyone to asset settlement now is when you plan on selling the house, right? If they just bought a house, they have a plan. Everyone has a plan, right? So see what it is. They're going right into our past client SOI follow. We're calling them quarterly. They're on their newsletter. We're just checking in. We want to buy an investment property. You're looking to sell another house. It just goes right in the clock process. We don't have that vendor list yet. We say reach out if you need a recommendation. The problem becomes our vendor list is we're in Conshohocken, we sell a house in Pottstown. The guy in Conshohocken, the vendor list is not driving Pottstown. So then we'll call Mike Jacobs and go, hey, who do you have up here that might be a good fit for this person, right? So we used to have a vendor list, but person up for Darby doesn't go to Conshohocken, person Center City doesn't come here, so it became like a lot of balancing. We just want them to reach out to us, and so now we go, what do you need? Reach out to us. Maybe we'll have a recommendation. We'll give you a couple people. Yeah, but it goes right into our follow-up plan for SOI.
I may have missed this, or you said home valuation timelines as well.
Everybody goes on that.
Something I heard on Andy Peters mastermind yesterday. We all know it's a little bullshit, but your clients are on to it. So I saw them take a screenshot of the possessive and send it to the tax line. Says, hey.
Right. So these go right to them. You want to like we're looking for cash offers, or we're looking for home evaluations. Would you like this? They click on it, and Adam immediately gives them evaluation, and then we're getting on the phone going, "What'd you think about that valuation?" Even if they bought the house, who cares? They're tracking the value of their house. They want the equity into it. Maybe it's going up because the market's going up. They want that. So we have, like, when I say we start processes, settles goes right to the next process. It should never end. It should keep going through it. all the time. Oh, do you want to refi? Cool, what's your rate? Let's talk to somebody. Do you want to do this? Cool, let's talk about it. We just want to have conversations. Oh, you want to buy a house? Someone wants to look at a house this weekend? Cool. You know, here's the agent you're working with before. We're gonna reset it up. Thanks for calling us on a holiday weekend, right? Like, so we just constantly do the same process over and over again. I like McDonald's, right? It's the same thing over and over again, right? It's just, it doesn't end. It's like, you'll replace the next body with the person in there. It's our systems. Like, I'm a big system guy. Like, you know, I want it to constantly run the same way. We're not gonna capture them all. We're not gonna win all, but we're gonna get a good amount of them. Huh?
The big real estate.
Yeah, McDonald's is, yeah. But their systems inside, they're
Really.
brilliant. So if you have a system down for what you do in your business, it keeps going on. You're not gonna capture and win them all, but you're gonna get a good amount of them, right? So, I mean, we're trying to keep running the same system over and over again. We can't adjust for like the anomaly and the one-offs. So then you're just stopping everything you're doing, and trying to do something different. So if we're trying to change and implement something different, we really look at it, and Meg hates me because I'm sitting there at midnight talking about it. Like, do we want to do this? Because it's going to disrupt everything. And so for us to change it, it's a lot of thought and a lot of conversations to think that we're going to change our whole system to go to something else. Is it actually going to be a win, or what's going to do? Or can we make small tweaks in it to make it better? So we're looking to make small tweaks in it usually to make it better, unless we see something different out there. Right. Any other questions before I let you get food?
So let's say you're, so say you are in, you know, you've been in business for a while. And at some point, one of your bids don't work. So do you decide to move on to a new one, or because we're so used to your system, you just expect it to be better at some point?
No. Your football team, you keep losing by running a split back, you stop doing it, right? So like, things will take their course and we'll stop it many times. So you have to analyze it. I'm analyzing the profit and numbers and what's going on. So if it's not working, or I'm looking at investment property and numbers aren't there, fine, right? So you have to actually look at it and keep thinking, is this going to work for me or not? But I do know what works in real estate, and I told you the lead sources that constantly work. You should be running those always. How you do it could be different, right? But if the system's not working, we do dump it. There's many, you can ask Megan, there's many things that we've stopped doing. There's many things that we start and realize it's never going to work when we stop doing it. Right? But I mean, over and over again, go after your database, go after your SOI, sit open houses. That works. That's a stat been working in real estate for I don't know how long, right? Then you need to have your own system around it. Like you can make open houses. You can put out 50 signs and door knock and have a off market list. You can do all this extra stuff around it, but you need to make that system yours. It's the third time she did that. Well, anything else? Any other questions? Cool. Thank you. I'm always here if you have questions about anything. Appreciate it. Oh, what'd you bring in?
What?
What'd you bring in? Who's that dude? Hey.
So.
Up to objections? Oh, all right. What? All right, 2 minutes. We're going to be doing objections next. Look, you come back tan from the store? School starts?
Worked out there? Yeah.
Let's say it's freezing. I might.
I was like, I don't know. Okay, I'll see it. All right, okay. Pretty much, you know what I mean? Yeah, if it's on Dell,
Right, then that's different.
Yeah.
I know about other else, you know, look at it. How you doing? Brian. Well, so you're kind of like, so I say they're meeting, I was already have.
Yeah.
It's not like something late.
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna send it to me.
Yeah, you can bring it into it, what
It's very kind of very simple. And I felt more like. Five, it's like, it's too off now, like, and it's like,
Yeah.
so like, well, you can start getting, you get a free phone. No, not that, I'm saying, it's hitting the one at a time. Setting it, setting it one at a time, so the one in process.
Yeah.
So like, if you get a phone.
So
call,
hold on, man, that's why we're, you know, I'm freezing my butt off.
I'm like, you don't want to, I don't know, it's like, I try to lose, like, 15 time. But then I was like. That's. Like, I know where I get that 20. And the team is 28, you're 5 days a week.
Yeah. Or you do it, break it based on the letters, get through it in one quarter, and then just go keep cycling. That's what I do every time. This is, I forget what week it is. I can look on my calendar. It's SNU week. So everyone in SNU, that's who I'm reaching out to.
That's
Unless it's their birthday or their home anniversary where they went on the website for something, or I got a home valuation link. All of my SNU people I'm reaching out to. So I don't really have them on a drip until they've gone through their past client one, but then now they're on, they get a market watch. So they're getting that once, twice a month. There's one email. They're getting a mailer once a month. They're getting like a physical mailer once a month from us. They're getting an email newsletter once a month from us. They're right there. Fire them in their newsletter. Yeah. Yes. Our newsletter is very templated. I changed the top because it's always like August. So it's, hey, we went to Maine, we did this, like, check this out, like, here's like our home valuation, and I'll change the QR code for everything I'm sticking it on. So I can track where that person went on and got their home valuation type of stuff. I'll put in a new review so if they see something else. If there's anything like very relevant, I'll put that in there, but it's all, hey, we're hiring,
I don't have.
hey, we buy homes. That,
I don't have.
just started. I mean, ours was, I was in California doing ours. when it started,
Oh, I used to.
And it was so basic,
I used to do that.
it's,
You know, the
it's,
No,
it's just consistency, like, one of my best friends who was in our wedding, they called me up, they're like, my mom wants to sell her house, but she's too embarrassed. And they're like, we didn't know that you guys would even be considering selling the property unless you saw it in your newsletter. I'm like, it's perfect, like, we can pinpoint, you know, where things are coming from.
That's like that. I kind of like what you say. For the woman valuation.
Yeah, so go on the user end of fullrealtygroup.com. Look on the website because there's home valuation stuff.
So you're saying like, go on it myself. And then send them out.
You could do it that way.
Almost anyone that's on the side, hey, here to find out.
Sierra has that built in. There's GGMS built in. Go look at all the text and email templates. It's already pre-templated and built out. And I'm slowly, yeah. Yeah. And I'm slowly changing all of the videos in there to be from the AI woman to me in there. They're gonna be slowly changing, so it's actually a real person. Because only like 10% of people who use Sierra actually change the videos. So I've been recording them, changing them slowly. So, yeah. I think there's both, but if you look at the contact templates, it's in there.
Yeah, it's like. Yeah, I gotta think this. I mean, like, well, she's gonna probably get thrown by her. I'm crazy, but like. That makes my buddy. The guy there. How do I? Yeah, I always think. That's like, what, that is now our chat. We're there now. Right. You guys move that. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah, I'm not trying to kill this. Right. But he's tired. But I don't know. Yeah, like, I want to read it.
Senor?
No, I'm a fancy. I'm brand new. But like, you know, we're like, this guy. We're all saying I think
They're doing like.
Think that the bathroom's on the other side. Every time I got a I got a bird. But I got
Yeah. I think it would. All right, cool, where's it going? Twenty-three, 39, that's it. This is where you were sitting, right? We can do the meetings. How many appointments have you set in 2 months? Month and a half?
3 or 4, and I got 1 listing contract signed already.
Yeah.
They're gonna list in like 3 weeks.
Will we get like? We used to like, we're doing this, and they do like. I like that, I think that's really good. Keep their arms kind of. We're rolling out with that, so last 2 months. We're getting in this week. Yeah, finally, like 5.
Sounded like the belt, the leather belt went. I've heard a belt one too many times, haven't you? Sorry about that.
Where I started meeting, get that belt, snap it.
Are they gonna ask us objections or?
We're supposed to.
Okay.
What we should do is, we just start with. Before we do objections, that's the most important. Exactly why we need to meet, that's why we need to set up plan. And then this. I got. What do you think?
All right, see you guys. Enjoy.
Yeah.
That's no big deal. So no worry.
Look, I don't got it.
Why would you just go hang out by your food?
No, he asked me to go. He asked me, I forgot. You know what it is? The little guy is so mobile. He's like, when you come home, they're like, just. Morning, he goes outside, he's on, he's watching. It's gone. Gone. You know, you're like, all right, let's go. At least he doesn't fight all the way back. He'll fight a little bit with that.
Yeah.
So I just wrote down.
Good times.
Later.
I'll see you.
I don't like it. Because it makes me, yeah,
Become comfortable and say.
I know, right? That's, as long as Kevin. The last time that I browned it, I think I know, for now. Time to go for G. Oh, yeah, I'd rather go purple. But I had purple during COVID. I like that. Don't put that past you. Well, Mackenzie's like, can I get the lobby? Well, no, no. Oh, no. All right. So kind of you.
Oh, no,
He likes the
all
show.
right. Literally.
Let me get that wild hair. Let me dye the wild hair.
My hair.
The white hair. You don't like that? Like, that's gross. That's gross. All right. All right, is everyone ready for next session? When you get through this, we'll feed you, I think.
My goodness.
Oh, yes, but they said, who's that? That's what I was told. I'm going what Tori told me to say. Start it? Go for it. I don't care for the video.
Good.
All right.
So we're gonna be going over some objections today, but we're gonna start with the line that you've heard Kevin and I say multiple times. And this is the line that is getting our team the most appointments right now. Okay, so you wanna listen to this and listen to it carefully. When we're speaking to someone and we get to a point in a conversation where we think it is appropriate to set that next setup, we go, this is exactly why we need to meet, and this is exactly why we need to set an appointment. And say that again. This is exactly why we need to meet, and this is exactly why we need to set an appointment. And then we'll set the appointment, but this is exactly why we need to meet. This is exactly why we need to set an appointment.
Our team's tired of hearing us say this, but when we implemented this a year and a half ago, we set more appointments than we did before, right? It just started happening because we're actually, as I was saying, guiding the consumer. This is what we need to be, right? What's better for you next Monday or Tuesday? And they'll say Tuesdays, 1 or 3 o'clock better for you. And what we're doing there is we're guiding them to our schedule. We're controlling our schedule. So you should know your schedule when you're setting this appointment and telling them this is when I can meet, or actually I can call you back, right? When you're doing that, you're not getting into your prospecting hours, which is the golden hours, 9 to 12. We're setting it after those times. So they say, hey, I want to meet at Tuesday. Cool. Is 1, 3, or 5 o'clock better for me to call you back? And they're going to answer. If they really can't, then you're going to be like, what about Wednesday? And you give them the times that actually works for you. And we do the same thing with actually meeting with them. We're doing a listening appointment. We tell them when we can meet with them. We give them a couple of options to narrow it down, or we're not letting them tell us that we're going to meet with them at 9:15 on a Saturday morning, right? That's not one of our options. Ever.
No, so this is exactly why we need to meet, and this is exactly why we need to set an appointment. Would Tuesday at 3 or Wednesday at 5 be better for you? I already know that I have those time blocks available. I'm not making it about me. I'm asking them which is better for them, but I know I already have it available for me, that it fits in the schedule. I actually started putting in time blocks into my schedule that show appointment spots. And they're an hour and a half long. So if I'm going on a listing appointment, I know I've got a buffer before I get there and when I'm going to leave to make sure that I'm home on time, whatever needs to happen. But then I already know when I'm talking to someone about giving them options of times to meet that's going to fit their schedule, knowing I don't have to rearrange anything.
And did you hear what he said? It took us years to realize that we look at our schedule, and controlling your schedule is the most important thing. She puts in there when she can have appointments. It's not the consumer telling us when the appointment could be. She has it time blocked all the way through the weekends with kid schedules, everything. If we have to do something, she's putting it in those time blocks that, so I know if I have to cover, someone else has to cover, we're controlling what we're doing here. So she'll be like, Monday or Tuesday better. They'll go Tuesdays, 1 or 3 o'clock better. We're guiding them along to what we want and then narrowing it down to what works in our schedule. And that's very important. It took us years and years and years to realize that, because we were like, cool, you want to talk tomorrow at, 11:15? Awesome. I don't care about that appointment I had, right? You already know your appointment. You should have it in front of you. Everyone has a phone or a calendar, right? You should have it there. And as you're doing this, you put the CRM, you put your notes in there that you're using. So that's very, very important to guide the consumer along and control your schedule. Right? The other major thing that we're working on all the time right now is what we talked about last class was if someone brings up something, right? I'm so excited that you brought that up. Can everyone repeat that line to me? It's actually very positive. I try this with my kids now. It works. If someone says something to you, repeat to them, I'm so excited that you brought that up. When I did that with my daughter the other day, she was like, oh, good. Like, she was like very, very happy. And my daughter's very emotional, right? So like when I said that, she was ready to talk to me and I was ready to talk to her about her situation. You're making a negative turn positive, right? Just think about when you talk to kids, they're scared to bring something up with you. When you say that to them, like, oh, and they loosen up and they want to talk to you more about it. And listen, we're going to have a lot of tough conversations starting now through next year, right? Price reductions, overbidding for no reason, interest rates higher, like who knows what's going to go on. There's no normal in this business right now, right? So if you can work on that line, I'm so excited that you brought that up. Then they're going to actually go, oh, and everyone's guards are going to come down a little bit and you can have more of a free-flowing conversation. Because that's the tough conversations. Castle brought that up earlier. How do you have these tough conversations? Turn it to a positive, right? And you have to go back to, hey, you want to sell this house, right? Well, that $20,000 price reduction is going to get you to sell this house and move to Florida where you want to be. And that's what you have to bring. You have to make it a very positive thing. If you're not doing that, you're never actually going to sell the house. You're like, you need to drop a 20 grand. They just feel like you're attacking them, right? But if you turn around, it's like the only thing that's keeping you from moving to Florida is a price reduction of $20,000 because we're going to get offers at that, right? Spin it to positive conversations. It actually helps out a lot when you're talking to people because they just think you're attacking them, whatever's going on. So that was a couple topics that we thought we want to start with, just to put it out there, what we're doing with our team. If my team's not listening, hopefully you listen this time, right? But what objections are you having out there that you want help with conversations? So everyone's selling 50 houses? Well, what's the conversation before that? So it's about having a refi? What do we say about not interested?
Well, I think I would ask them, how long are they planning to stay in their home? Because many people aren't interested in going through the refi process because of the closing costs if they're not planning to stay in their house for 5 or 10 more years. So finding out about how long they plan on staying there will help guide that conversation for you. I've had that a lot in terms of how long they're staying to talk about rates.
So when someone comes back at a negative to you, that they shut you down right away, you have to go ask a totally different question and get off that topic.
Mhm.
If you push them twice or 3 times, you're going to close them out and maybe forever. So you set an appointment. That's what they tell you to do.
Mhm.
I think after 2 or 3 of them, you go, listen, I understand you're busy right now. I hear kids in the background. Do you mind if I call you back on Saturday? Do you mind if I call you back this day or that day to continue this conversation? Because when they shut you down 2 or 3 times, you have to pick up that cue that you can't keep pushing it. So you don't want them to close the door completely. They're just not in the mood at that moment, right? So if they're not interested, and then you ask another question and they're not interested again, this guy shows up late, walks in front of the whole thing. If they're not interested a couple times, you have to pick up that cue and be like, I understand you're busy right now. When can we continue this conversation? It's going to be 25% chance when you set another appointment, they answer the phone. But when you show that effort to actually call back when you said, hey, I'm just calling you at Tuesday at 10 like you told me to, they're going to realize that you're trying to get their business. And then you're going to have to just have a follow-up system. They'll remember you. There's many people in this team my team that have been calling and following up and they're like, yeah, I've got all your messages. I'm ready to talk now. I mean, they're like giving you attitude, like, cool, we need to make it exciting. Hey, cool. I'm glad you're finally ready to talk to me after 500 times, right? But you said you were, so. But you have to pick up the cues of when it's going to be the wrong time and keep pushing them. Yeah. And so we always talk about moving the needle forward or setting the next appointment. If they shut you down a couple times, set the next appointment. Just start going that script. Well, that's the reason why we need to talk again. When are you free? And give them time to just go into that. Say, I will call you then. That's guiding the customer along. It's guiding them along to where you want. And then you show that you actually want the business. And then you actually do what you told them you're supposed to do. If you don't do it, you're not going to get the business, right? How many times have you told a realtor you call them back and you blew them off? But when you call them back, they're like, get away. Because you didn't call them back when you told them to, right? That's your customers as realtors, not the consumer. So that's what you have to realize. So we're talking to people that want to buy or sell a house. If we set an appointment to call them back that we forced on them, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, they're not going to want to.
I think the one thing that Kevin said there is that you have to also be very good at reading into the nonverbal cues of the conversation. So how many times have you gotten someone on the phone and you hear that they're driving in a car? Right? How many of the times have they cursed that the other car is driving around them, right? It's not a safe time. Like, or you hear that they're yelling at their kids, or maybe you realize, I did it yesterday. I realized I was calling someone during like kid drop off time because school's back. And I immediately acknowledged, I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, enjoy this moment with your child. Like, go drop them off. When can I call you back? Like, you have to be a real human being when you speak to them and know that they have a life as well, too. And if you hear cues in the background, you don't have the green light to go and have that real estate conversation, find out when is a better time. Because a lot of times you're going to get that not interested because there's way too many things that are going on in their life right at that moment that they're not interested in the moment, but they might still want to talk to you. So finding out when a better time is going to be key. So just being very,
Remember, you're entering their world and they weren't expecting the call for the most part, right? Even if you set the appointment, they're still not expecting the phone call. So when you pick up on those cues and they're dropping their kids off, they're not going to remember the conversation. There are times you're like, yeah, like, dude, I have 3 of the kids screaming in the back seat. When you call them up, you have to then remind them, hey, you're dropping your kids off at school and everything is going on. I'm just following up. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I do want to talk to you, but now's not a good time, right? They just said yes to get you off the phone. And then it becomes moving the needle and the follow-up again, right? So these objections aren't really usually objections. They're usually just people busy in their own lives and they're not ready to talk to you. They haven't scheduled time to spend a half hour actually talking about interest rates that just dropped a half a point, right? Whatever it might be. Same thing with buying and selling. Like they're looking at selling a house. I'll talk to you, right? That they may be buying a house. They're probably not going to do it right now, right? But you need to keep moving that needle forward and reset the appointment. So their objection is they didn't realize they could buy a house, right? With paying $3,200 a month. You need to show them what closing costs are and move it forward. So you have a whole year. They're going to lease a house, get that lease, then a whole year of working towards buying a house, right? That's objection. You're actually forcing that on them. If you force it too much, they're not going to talk to you. Yeah. Chris Stevens making a lot of noise back there.
When you call them, they respond to, oh, I didn't make a call.
Try to do that all the time.
so they're looking for some reason. They're always looking for something, whether it's window shopping, they're looking because their friend sent the property to them. If you got them and it's a valid phone number and it's who it actually is, then I want to make sure I try to figure out what exactly they're looking for in real estate and how I can help them. So they may not be interested at that moment, but I'm going to follow back up with them. I'm going to make sure that they're on an e-alert. And when they go back on the website, I'm going to call them again. Because again, many times you're entering their world. They're not ready to have that conversation yet. Internet leads are sometimes 12 to 18 months away before they buy. Yeah, exactly. If not longer. So you have a slow play in terms of reaching out to them and being in front of them and coming with an education first and offering assistance for what they're looking for. So if you see that they're on your website, they come in as an internet lead, they want to see 123 Main Street, that's an opportunity to get in front of them and start to learn about what they're looking for and their motivation. But I first check to make sure it's the right person and valid information, and then I keep moving forward from there.
Just think when people are clicking through stuff, you probably do it as well. You're curious and looking around. That could be 2 years down the line. Right? Like we plan our vacation a year in advance. We start clicking around, people start blowing us up. And we don't know where we're going to go yet. Right. So like you have to realize internet leads might be a 24-month play. Right. But if you get out of them, hey, when are you looking to buy or sell a home? Right. When they're doing it, If they say it's 2025, you're like, cool, you're my best client in the world. I can actually walk you through this process for the next 2 years, whatever, year and a half, right? And you're gonna be ready to buy a house when you're there. But the thing I like doing the most when I was running around with a ton of buyers is I would put them on a market watch or just a home watch. Oh, they want to buy in Conshohocken, right? And they want to buy from 400 to 500,000. So at that point, they would be so educated what's happening in the market and they knew what they wanted to. And once in a while, we'll show them a house here or there that they would go, hey, Kev, this house came on the market. Let's go now. I'm paying blah for it, right? They already knew what to do. You weren't actually then getting a new consumer or new customer and then going out there and trying to convince them to buy the house. They knew what the homes were selling for. And that's great. So if they're 2 years down the line, it's hard to swallow that 2 years down the line that you're making money. But 2 years down the line, people are like, how'd you get 24 deals? You're like, well, that person I talked to 2 years ago. We say it all the time. This person I talked to 18 years ago, right? They want to buy a house or finally do it. I have a client. I talked to them right when I got into business. They're finally buying a house. Not kidding. Like we haven't spent many time showing them homes. Now we do, and we have real conversations. But you're setting up future business. There's people now, and there's people in the future. You have to classify which bucket they're going to go into. Are they ready to buy a house now? How motivated they are? Are they ready to buy a year and a half? How do I educate them to get there? What other objections does everyone have? What's going on right now? They're killing it.
I know.
Interest rates. What?
Interest rates would make one stuff.
Your buyer side or seller side? All right. Packer, which one you want first?
All right, so let's go buyer side, if interest rates are too high. I first try to figure out what is their motivation to buy a new home? Are they in a rental and they don't want to pay because their lease is going up in terms of pricing? So they're paying $2,500 a month for rent. What does $2,500 a month look like for them to purchase a home? And are they looking for, how long do they want to be in that property? Is it 3 to 5 years because they don't want to rent anymore and they want to make some equity and make an investment in their future? Or are they looking to increase their house size? Are they looking to downsize? So it's trying to figure out in terms of why they're buying that next property. And then the one thing right now that I'm having that conversation with a lot of buyers is the fact that although interest rates are higher right now, it's pushed a lot of buyers financially out of the market. So there's less competition for the buyers who are currently in the market. And I just remind them what's going to happen when the rates go down and more buyers jump back in the market. Housing prices are going to be higher at that point as well too. So are you going to be ready to be in a multiple offer situation? Do you have $50,000, $100,000 cash to increase your bid? Go back to maybe appraisal waivers. How is your risk? Are you risk averse where you don't want to be in that situation and you're comfortable now, maybe you financially can spend more money, not have as many bidders against them, other buyers? And then I'm going to reach out and figure out when can we refi. Hey, this is going to be your payment for maybe 3 to 5 years. You told me you want to be there 10 to 15. Well, at this rate, you don't have to spend an extra 50 to 100 grand. And then we can refi you down the line, drop that rate down if it decreases and save you X amount of dollars.
You know, you'll have a client for life. If they buy a house at 7.5 and you watch it when it drops to 6.5, and you call them up, like the rates dropped. I saved it in my CRM. Now's the time to talk to a mortgage guy.
Yeah.
If you then go back and call them up, save them money and reintroduce them to a mortgage guy, you'll have a client for life, right? The other thing you need to do is you need to be prepared to show them if they bought the house today at these numbers, or if they bought the house when it say 7.5, and they bought the house when it drops to 6.5, but they have $50,000 on top of that. You need to show them the numbers. Which one would you rather have? You want to have a multiple bidding war that you probably have no shot, or you want to have like your only offer, right? I talk to all the buyers with I have the 4 wins, right? You buy the house today, interest rates are at 7.5 and they drop in 6 months, you won. You're in the house you want, there's not a lot of competition. You buy the house today, interest rates go up to 10, you won. Interest rates went up, you're still in the house, right? You buy the house today and actually the values keep continuing to climb and you're not worried about that in a year, you just won again. And listen, if you buy the house today and everything stays status quo, you're in the house that you actually wanted and you're winning. If you bring the 4 wins to any person out there, they're going to win, right? It's not a bad reason now. No one's predicting that the home values are going to plummet. This is not the recession we had in 2007, right? They're only predicting values to go up. And then if rates come down a little bit in the next couple of years, Where's my free lunch? The 3%?
Well, you can mark the phone today.
No, I'm not watching it. That's your job. But if rates actually go down close to that, guys are gonna skyrocket again. That person's gonna be like, they did sat in the last 3 years. I have $100,000 equity in my house for no reason, because depreciation is going up, right? So you need to talk about the 4 wins and be ready and practice these conversations all the time. You have to practice this. Everything we're talking about, if it comes out smooth and confident, they trust you. I'm not telling you to lie to anyone. Just everyone realize that. I don't lie to anyone. But if you practice what your conversations are, and when you're talking to somebody in the world, it comes out smooth. They trust you and they keep moving forward. If you stumble it and you sound like you're trying to be shady, they're not going to use you and they won't talk to you again. Don't lose the client, but actually educate them and move forward. Okay. So that's very important that you focus on that. And you're talking about interest rates too high to sell, right? That's all you have to go for it.
So if interest rates are too high to sell, again, comes down to motivation. Why are they selling their house? Are they selling their property because they want to move to Florida because they hate Pennsylvania? You know, are they selling their house because they need more space and they're going from a 3% interest rate to 7.5% interest rate? But they're busting out of the seams and there's no space for the family of 3 that bought the house and now they have a family of 5 and 2 dogs. What is the reason that they are moving, and bring it back to motivation all the time? And then also take a look at what their finances might be as well too. Because when they bought the house, maybe when they got pre-approved, they were only making, you know, as a combined income $150,000, and now they're making $200,000. So maybe they have that flexibility in terms of their pricing to make that sale of the house and make a move. So you have to get back to motivation of why they're selling, why they're making the move. Because for a lot of people, it might make the immediate as a financial decision on what's going on, but they may not think about the future of how staying in the current house is going to impact them. And most of the time negatively. When people are making a decision to move, they need to do it for some reason. And it's probably something they've been thinking about for a long time, unless they're getting relocated and being told that they have to make that move. But they have that emotional need to move. And then it becomes a financial decision. And then you just have to break it down for them of what makes sense and how can they financially afford, even if the rates are higher, they're making that move now. Because again, they're going to win in terms of how much money when they sell their property, of what they can get in terms of equity out of it, that they might be able to roll over into the new property. So we have to look at everything as a whole. It can't just be one transaction separately. You need to look at the whole process together and how they're going to be moving forward financially. So
If somebody's thinking to sell their house now, there is a reason, right? And we always talk about the whys and digging deep 4 or 5 times. And you have to learn how to talk to somebody, right? And you can't be like, sell your house now because I said so. You need to be like, the only thing stopping you from moving to California today is actually listing your house. We are going to sell it, right? And you approach them at a different demeanor, or if it's way overpriced, the only way it's going to stop you from moving to California today is actually, the only thing that's actually going to help you move to California today is reducing it 50,000. So let's reduce it and get you to California. If you talk to them differently, instead of actually going after them, we do know better, but they want to think that they're in control. If you talk to them differently, it's going to actually affect the whole conversation. So when you're talking to your consumer that is like hesitant of selling right now, you need to bring it back to like, but didn't you want to do this? Let's list the house today and do it. Sign a month listing contract. See what happens. We always can take it off. Is that worth the gamble for you? Probably. Some people may say no. I'll take a 1-day listing contract so I can sit open house on a Sunday. I don't care at this point, right? You have to control the market. You need to get listings right now. Yeah.
And the slowing are slow. The showings are low. And I realizing that the price is probably, it's like one of the, you know, how do you get confident to talk about that production, especially when they're looking in suburbs where things are still flying off the market of the wall. So it's helping them understand why it's not happening there, Philly, but
educational first. Show them the stats. Show them what's happened in the last 6 months. Show them what's selling now. Show them how the inventory is bouncing up, probably, right? Keep showing them the stats, right? And then Why are they moving to suburbs? Why are they moving?
Neighborhood,
Just they want to leave the neighborhood?
one more time.
Why are they moving to wherever they are in the suburbs? What's the reason?
They want more space,
Mhm.
they want to be part of the car, driveway. I have in mind.
Yeah, but what you need to follow up at the end of the conversation is the only thing stopping you from moving to Conshohocken and with that driveway in the neighborhood and the restaurants down the street is reducing it by $20,000. If we get the price reduction, that's gonna get you to where you are. You're not gonna remember that in a couple of years. So why don't we work on getting the price reduced so you can get to where you want to? In a couple of years, you're not gonna remember it. I have many of clients that have no idea. They're pissed off at settlement me because I basically didn't force them, but I was like, you have to do this to move. Today, we're good friends. I don't remember that shit. It's just a knee-jerk reaction, right? You know how many times I turn to my kids and go, oh, you want that candy tonight? Well, this is what you have to be doing first, right? And I tell them that. And they go, oh, and their motivation changes, and then afterwards they're rewarded, right? Their reward is moving to the suburbs, wherever they want to go, and they're getting rid of the house that they don't want to be in anymore. And you have to find out, but the why, the reasoning isn't deep enough. You're at the very surface level. They just want to be in the suburbs because of the yard. There's yards everywhere, right? So why? Find out. You have to dig deeper. When you're having these conversations, you need to keep going in next level. What's that going to do for you? What's that going to do for you? What's that going to do for you, right? Because when you get to the baseline, it's going to be because they want to be in this school district for whatever reason. Doesn't matter. Then you have to actually bring that up. The only reason stopping you getting this school district for your kids is reducing your house by $20,000. Isn't that what you want to do today? Right? If you leave that open and say that to them, they're gonna be like, yeah, I think I do. Like, cool, let's get it reduced now. Let me get you something to sign. So it's on paper, right? That we're reducing your price as of today. And I'll sit an open house around as well. So we're gonna get a big pop. Do that, right?
Hold on one second.
Oh,
And when you're
I'm getting cut off.
presenting, so education, motivation, you have to have all that. But when you're having that conversation as well, so you need to have the facts, which Kev said, education about it. So how many days on market are the properties taking that are within those parameters, that $150,000 to $200,000? How many houses are on the market right now? When did the other ones sell and how long were they on the market? How does the condition actually compare? And in the city, it's block by block and street by street. So if they're looking at something that's across the neighborhood, it might be completely different. So you have to get super granular, especially with the city, based on zip code, style of property, condition, and be able to present that information very factual to them. Because yes, it's very motivational in terms of why they want to move, but it sounds like your seller, and sometimes you need to lead with the facts also as well too, so they can see, hey, oh, houses are taking this long, there's these many price reductions that are happening, and since we've been on the market, X number of properties have actually been listed, and they're 10% lower than we are, and they've sold. So something has changed in terms of the pricing, so we need to make sure that we are now within those right parameters, so your house shows. We're gonna do that price reduction, we're gonna sit an open house, and then the property is gonna sell because now we're within the right parameters for this specific location for you. So you wanna have all those facts as well too, while you're telling them about getting into that motivation of being in the suburbs, for the driveway, for the dog, for the kids, all that sort of stuff. So you have to have both when you're doing it.
So they handle that objection even before that happens, is when you go in for your listing presentation, you need to have more information, right? We show up at our listing presentations with all the comparable houses, and we'll show original price, reduced price, sales price, how many days it took, and assist on it, right? So when they're pushing to list the house for $500,000 when it should be listed for 400, like, here's the facts. So when you actually present that right away, you're hitting that objection before you actually take the listing. Then you take the listing, and then you're gonna be like, went over this. Here it is again. And then they're gonna see it over and over again. And that objection becomes easier to tackle because they're not living in the la-la world, that the magical money that's not there. Right? So when we go into that presentation right away, we're showing them up front all those stats that you're going over right now, because that's what we're all going to fight with right now. We're all going to fight with people who want to overprice their houses and give it a fucking shot. Do you want to actually take that listing? Do you want to have that fight afterwards? Right? So that's the question you got to ask yourself. Do you want to take a listing that's overpriced just to see if it's worth it or not? We all know it's not going to sell for that, right? We're educated. We actually have it. So Present it up the front. If you think they're not gonna reduce the price, is it worth your time? Did you pre-qualify them enough before you walk in that house? There's many people on my team right now, we work on pre-qualification before we walk in the house. And we try to qualify them multiple times before we even go out there, because we want to make sure that they're there, like decision makers, price, motivation. So all that information before you set up that listing appointment is very important to actually be digging at, and that's the why. So I would turn back to your clients and really figure out why they want to. Because they can sit there and just shake their head no the whole time. And it'll expire, and then someone from my team will call it and take it from you.
I did a lot of what you said,
Mhm.
but I think where I keep is because they needed money for the next house. And they did some repairs or updates to help it, so that's like right enough. So I think, the big objection to them is really, if we lower our price, we're not gonna have as much cash to buy one budget. So it's really big that.
They may not be able to move, right? That's just something you may say, you may have to
Yeah.
sit here for a while, right? Those conversations suck for many reasons. You're having a heart-to-heart with them, and you're also not getting a sale, right? But if you actually educate them and go through it, they'll come back.
Yeah.
Now's not the time. You don't have the money to buy the house your dream house that you want. Unless someone's gonna give you the money, right? It just doesn't come out of the sky. And you have to have that conversation. So that's a pre-qualification beforehand. Like, when you go in there, did you do a net seller sheet and show them this is the money you're walking away with this? And here's the real number. I will actually show up the net seller sheet of what I think is gonna sell at. I don't care if they want 500, here's 400, mortgage, everything else sold date, and it's only 20,000, not 100,000, right? Whatever they have. Can you buy a house with this? And they'll go, no. I'm like, wow, think about this hard. Are we gonna go through this process and you're not gonna have enough money to buy the next house? Because the mortgage guys care too. They need to say it. They need to see that money, right? That's part of the process. I know that for a fact. All right, we cut her off 3
Yeah.
times.
Sorry, go ahead.
But I went to seller, so I got it. But the main thing that was, like, I was supposed to say, that it was, and they're not. And I'm like, very, I think I'm sorry, very much so. I looked at that 100% sold, and they sold it. And his other kind of video goes, like, I really go, I'm like, spend. So it's a house of $5 and the front of the house. People will see it, they look at it, they say, oh, this is kind of everything else. I was give it like $3. And it looks really nice. And it's like, just put it right here, I don't have to like, they can't really do it, but I said, if you want to do this, $300, and then the tenant moved out, and I'm like, all right, are you ready to, start watching? And then at this point, out, leave the house, I got this picture, and I got multiple offers, but I got 2 favorites, like more stuff, I got 4 times, and I got multiple offers. So some conflict that the rule was dating, but that matters.
All right, we have time for 1 or 2 more questions, objections. Anyone?
Recently. That's the one that someone wanted to be one. He was an asshole and sold so many years ago, even though they knew we weren't gonna stay in the house. But I told him we should list it at. He said, if you think I should list it at, and that's 25,000, that's what I do. So that's not how it works. We went round and round, and when he pretty much put the equivalent of $25,000 still up in the town. And that's where we were, and we went round and round and round. And I finally was like, you know what? We're gonna list at your price and we're gonna see what. But this is what I think it's gonna go. He fought me on everything, so we should stage it, because now we can't put it. Picture perfect, homes, fires, we'll walk through big home, they see it staged, they can visualize themselves a little bit more. It's a unique house, on the first floor, it's corner property, it has a side door and a front door. And I told him people got lost in vision. So fought hard, but I ended up getting him to do the staging. We got an offer within a week, and it was at the price I said the house would sell at. He was like, absolutely not, I don't need to sell this house, it can sit. He ended up a lot of very frank discussions. And we countered, and I'm still a little worried that it won't praise. I can't do that, I told you so, dance, yeah, but we're waiting, but it's very stressful of him being very adamant of, I put this and I'm gonna do it, and I always walked away. Several times because of how hard it was pushing back. But I stuck through it and finally said, fine, we'll do it your way and we'll see where this goes. And everything. Okay, so how do you push back when the seller is that adamant? Do you walk away or do you play their game?
Depends who you talk to up here.
Yes.
What do you say?
I mean, if they're 25,000 off, I played a game. It was a $500,000 listing. What was it?
Yeah, I said it would probably sell for around 275. We did this for 450. We had it 399, so it's a under 4. Offer came in at 375. I respect, or the contract with the.
That's a game with the sellers. Every seller's gonna, I call it the magical 20 grand. I've always said that. A lot of people hear me say that before. They always want the magical extra 20 grand. So are you willing to play that game? Or are you gonna draw a hard line going, I'm out, you're not listening to what I wanna say, right? If the guy went 100 grand over, is that worth your time, right? So like, I think it's worth your time to play that game. What we try to go, cool, you wanna list it at 415? Here's the price reduction immediately we're gonna do in 30 days. Sign this document. See how they react,
I
right?
had that discussion right up front, and they were very adamant of, oh, we won't get this right away. I said, first 2 interviews is where we see what's actually. And if we don't, we're gonna drop 20%, and they were all like, absolutely not. And they still push back. So the fact that I got a contract in a week was just. I was like, oh my God, this is working.
Because you weren't too far off though. So
Yeah.
you're gonna get an offer. And then if you're doing your job as an agent, when people are making showings, make an offer. Like you have to actually tell the other agents so they don't think you're offending them. Right there, the objection is you need, not saying you didn't do your job. You need to do your job by talking to other agents going through. You get 30 showings, you should be calling for feedback. Just make an offer. Let me fight with the seller. I mean, how many times I've sold a home by just telling another agent to make the offer. Don't worry about offending me. Let me do my job. I've said that line more times than you, right? Just let me do my job and fight with the seller. The seller's pissed off at you, sell on the table. And 2 years from now, the guy's not gonna remember that, right? That's that example before. Many times, I'm like, let me do my job. Let me actually present the offer, right? Let me do what I have to do to other agent. And that's where you're being proactive as a professional, saying, give me your feedback. I'm gonna give it to the seller. Let me get the offer in front of them. Let me do what I have to do. Did you get multiple offers?
Nope.
Right.
Just.
So
And
you,
I called, a bunch of agents I knew that lived around the house, and said, can you pop in and just give me your honest feedback on this? I already know it's overpriced. Can you pop in with this? And as a favor, needs to many have gone, here they all popped in
Mhm.
and all the feedback, because we all live in the neighborhood, we all see the houses are going for. All the feedback was overpriced, and I sent all of it his way, and everybody was like, overpriced, is there a pay for that? Or I just sent it all his way. So I made sure that like, it looked like we were getting showings, but a lot of it was popped in, maybe all back, because I did.
yeah, we won't put that whole line out in the public, right? But delete, but that's what you should do. You're being a proactive agent. You're getting other agents get feedback and know what's going on. So I mean, you actually did the right thing. So in that case, I would take it. Hard conversations suck, but that's why we're in the business. Is why you get paid the big bucks. If the person was extremely off, I would not have taken that.
Yeah.
Right? You're just pre-qualified. They don't really want to move.
I even looked at it, it's great, it's a great location, even if it's a certain price, I was just gonna hold as many open houses that we could to try and track it as much, so we went live and I did 2 twilights, 2 weekend open houses, I had another one lined up with contracts, so I was just snooping up, and out of that, I got about 15 good leads. Most of them were neighbors that rent and been thinking of buying, so just picked up some people again.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yes. And like, I'll just market the crap out of it and see what I can get.
Absolutely.
That's-
Every listing should bring another buyer and another seller to do it right.
Yep.
At least.
So you handle it. There's nothing that you didn't handle correctly there, right? It's like that's what you have to do, and that's what's going to happen for the next 2 or 3 years. Get used to it.
Yeah.
That's my response to you.
The first time he was like, very, I mean, he's a finance guy, he knew it, he was like, I have to sit there waiting for a year, I don't care, we're gonna need to sell it, but then all of a sudden, I was like, we're here, we wanna sell it. We wouldn't have this just conversation if you didn't want to sell it.
The only thing you can say up front is an appliance that they added, I don't care if it's solar panels, doesn't add value to the house. You can't paint the walls of gold and say it's worth more.
I need help the appraisers just to get ahead of it and just say like, hey.
Right.
What are you seeing on this front? Doesn't that value? I mean, we ran and all of them were like, same thing, they were just like, absolutely not. So I was like, okay, I just wanted to know, so when he started pushing back.
Yeah.
you know,
Well, that's just, that's a typical conversation right now.
Mhm.
All right, cool. Just get used to that whole script that you just did. Well, what we like to do is add in there, I'm taking this listing at your price. And in 30 days, we're gonna have this price reduction. We're gonna have you sign it on the spot. So when 30 days hit, we're like, we're not even talking. We're like, hey, just let you know, we're reducing it today. Click and we just do it. They sign the doc, we're locked in, right? Because they're off. I just want to try it. Cool. If they try it, they're grossly over. We're not. We're like, hey, we're not on the same page. And then we've had people that will sign listing contracts, just say at 350, all of a sudden, like within a month, right, we were listing it, all of a sudden it goes to 450. We're like, dude, we're off. We're way off in this. And we've mutually dropped clients in the last year. There's like 4 or 5 that
Yep.
we're like, this is not the right place. They're yelling at us. They want to get more money. There's a reason for it, or someone got in their ear. So you just have to realize that. Yep. All right. Any last questions? No. Thank you. We're always around. Thanks. Have a good one. Food's in there. Go get it. Go get it.
I'm going to.
Was it the shape of chest? Masters can't dig it.
King of KFC, see, you know that.
One really still it's on, I'll give you a promotion. It's haters, the instrument, sound, the answer out of that song.
Mhm.
I'm gonna make one of them.
They're running it. Actually provide.
City, venture down.
Yeah, I see. How are you? It's Jen. I remember your name.
How you doing? Good, good. It's tasty.
I love my pizza. They did it again. Very loud.
I know.
What the hell was that? Get my sweater on now. Oh.
How about I recommend 675. Fine for like, yeah, that's great. We did price it up and down. It didn't sell. They hired me, started up. Now they're $575. It's still not. That place, like, So.
Yeah.
Then you know, you're like. But they're on a guard. If you come close. You can just play with people. They're not even. You're fired.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. After it's fine. It's like, oh, no, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not the answer, same thing. I think I have something. Like every 2 weeks, we have a conversation, or you respond to past something. If you're hiring somebody else today.
Are you guys using PowerPoint?
That's JP.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Usually I have stuff, but it's on my computer.
He did, okay. Let me,
I have no idea. Thank you. That's right.
What?
obsolescence, privacy issue, you can call it that, you can call it that.
Oh,
Which is
Got it.
exactly how we live
Yep.
now. You're like, what the hell are you talking
yep,
about?
no, I'm
Yeah.
following now.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Our weeks up, wake up. This morning, I had. When I grabbed them, 17.
I have it in my email.
Well, that's the power.
Oh, you know what? Here, I got it.
Yeah, see how it's like.
No, this is from the, so what's the website itself?
It's DIT and then OI and then backslash. Capital F, follow. So follow it. And then up, capital. And then unicorn with a capital U, and then I, capital I. Two. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Screen and.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
In the PowerPoint.
Just the forward and back keys and you'll be good.
Thank you.
There, there. Yeah. You can literally work a thousand. There is like not off. Same thing. Everything you're not.
bridge on the right side.
Did everyone?
Not now this girl.
I can have to borrow Kevin for 2 hours.
Okay.
She said, okay.
For what? What do you need them for?
2 hours, I'll bring him back 2:15.
So enjoy. Have fun.
The base number, how many contacts do I get for that? I get, my goal is that, oh, I think we might go stand on here. I thought I was thinking today. Now, okay, they have to be like real. I call my mom. I remember that, like,
Yeah.
That put that on each side of the sun. You know what I mean? It's like, it's what it is. Like, you just have to have this big conversation. Because eventually, you know, I get better at having conversation. There's not really an option to just keep doing it. I guess like, if you don't learn anything, you have to keep your channel forever. Like, even if you're having bad conversations with your partner. Every day.
Get in there. I'm about to go eat some chicken wings. I wish I knew they were here. I would eat once a week. I usually steal a whole box and go hide somewhere with it.
Otherwise, I do that.
It was runs like these part like this. And so, and then my water is in. So what I did was I wrote in red. When you said it, put in what then it's against. I remember a lot.
It's original price for one, it's even on the east side of the money. No, 80,000.
I don't think you
And
have to
started
fund.
Ah, thank you very much, yeah.
And it's.
Don't want that to go to the wrong hands.
Yeah. Having something wrong, we know that house strict is wrong in the engineer.
Welcome back.
I'll be down the shore on Friday.
Everybody, we're missing some people in front of me. All of it, 2021 to 35,000. Right. Yeah, July 2022, they do the market.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I get your attention for a moment here. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Brandon Bailey. I am the co-owner and operations manager for Go Magnum Loans. I stand before you to present our next speaker. Okay. This gentleman is a sole purpose. I'm actually in the mortgage business. I'm taking a little memory trip journey with me. My first year in the business. I never forget, I had a month where I thought I had 7 closings. Different time, everyone had 9% rates, all refinances. You know what I mean? They had 8.99, 7.99. And I'm midway through the month. I'm super excited. All my closings were going to happen between the 15th and the 30th. Okay. And that day came, that day went. I closed one loan that month. One loan. You can imagine my pride was hurt, right? At the time, I was a loan officer at this man's branch. I did a month. Called him up, said, hey, I know you had a tough month. I have something to say to you. You're probably not ready to hear this. But those deals fell apart. You know why? It's your fault. I said, it's my fault. How so? He says, well, did you do the research? Were you fanatical about the business? Did you make sure that those appraisals would come in? And the answer was, I didn't. Went back to my office and sat down. When his office knocked on the door, said, wait a second. He said, become fanatical about the business. Okay. He said, do your research. He said, Brandon, in order to master something, it takes 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours in that craft to be a master of something. Malcolm Gladwell. Okay. This man has done that at least 5 times over. Right. He was featured in Philadelphia Style magazine for top 40 under 40 when he was under 40. His first year in the business, he closed more than 28 million as the originator, which featured him in Loan Officer magazine, the national recognized magazine, right? In 2021, during the pandemic, for his accolade of closing 100 million in a calendar year himself, he was featured on ABC with Sherry Williams. Right? He's my best friend. All right. He's the only African American I know with dual citizenship in the United States and Scotland. Put your hands together for the CEO of Gold Magnum Loans, Christian Best.
Okay, so how many of you went to the first follow-up presentation that I did? Okay, great. Okay, so this is follow-up unicorn version 2, right? So this is part 2 to that presentation. Now, for some of you that didn't go to the first one, all of this is available on a bit.ly link. So we're going to be talking about bit.ly today as well. It's bit.ly and then / and then follow-up unicorn, and then everything's capital. So the F is capital, the U is capital, and then the other U for unicorn is capital as well. And then you'll be able to get the first presentation, and you can kind of go through that. But this is the second one, right? Now, I use the term unicorn. What? How many people have ever seen a unicorn? Well, not a real one. They don't really exist. But how many people know what a unicorn looks like? Yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. All right, so and you know, the unicorns are very unique. That's why they call them unicorns. You're not going to see unicorns all over the place, right? Okay, so and so why would I put unicorn after follow-up? Because nobody's doing it, right? You know, you're going to see your competition everywhere. Nowadays, your competition's online in the form of Zillow or Realtor.com. You might think to yourself, well, I get leads from them. How are they my competition? Oh, they're still your competition. Your competition is sitting right next to you, right? Even if it's friendly competition, it's still your competition, right? So in sales, especially real estate sales, more importantly, there's very little follow-up. No one is following up, right? Recently, there was statistics done by Realtor.com, and they said, of the people that closed, that bought a home, how many of you would go right back to that real estate agent? It was almost 80%. I think the number was 78.9% said, you know what, I'd go right back to my real estate agent that helped me find my first home or helped me find my home, right? How many of them actually did it? 23%. Well, they were like, well, wait a minute. What I loved about this article is they actually went back and took a segment of those folks and said, well, why wouldn't you? Well, you said you would go back. Why didn't you go back? They never called me. They never followed up, right? So can you imagine? You went, you did a really good job, right? Which is not the standard. How many of you know that the standard in the industry is a pretty awful experience? The standard is not a great experience. If the standard was a great experience, then there wouldn't be a need for as many licensed realtors as they are in the state. Maybe they don't have co-coaches. Yes, that could be a reason. Or team leads. Right, so there's like 17,000 licenses, real estate licenses in the state of Pennsylvania, right? 17,000. That's a lot of realtors. Okay, the reason there's so many is because people are able to continue to get licenses, and you know, maybe one day you'll be showing Billy a home, and then the next day you'll be showing Billy a home, right? And it's not that the customers don't want to be loyal to the person that showed them their first home. It's just that they never hear from them again, right? So we have to talk about follow-up. It's really important. And I kind of did a brief overview there, but here are some of the things we're going to cover. So, you know, I want to talk again briefly about the fundamentals of follow-up, right? We're going to go over some of the ingredients. Now, I'm not a part-time chef or anything, but I do a fair bit of cooking. Many people like to cook. I do a fair bit of cooking myself. I love it, right? And the reason I like it so much is because, you know, in this business, I could do everything right. I could do everything right, and we'll still get, you know, a day before closing, and the customer will tell me that they quit their job, is that okay? Right, and so now closing is not happening anymore, right? Whereas with cooking, if I put together the right ingredients, right? And I will slather a little bit of love on top of it, it's gonna taste really good. You would think. So that's it. Then we're gonna go over the leads again, some of our goals, social media, creating content. Everybody wave over there to Brandon. Brandon creates a lot of our content that you see on Instagram. So we're gonna talk about the importance of that. So you're gonna get some of the secrets that keep us going, right? Especially during the wintertime. Some of the tools that we use, things like ChatGPT, okay? So we'll talk about that. Schedule by the numbers, and then we'll go over a brief Q&A. Now, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but a lot of this material is extremely important. So if you take really good notes, and then you're able to go to the website. So this one is up on same kind of same link. So it's bit.ly / follow up unicorn, and then just capital I for Roman numeral 2. Okay, good. Everybody following along? All right, so we kind of went over the overview from what we talked about the last time that we had our follow-up meeting. Right now, I want to talk to you about the significance of this. So, how many of you are familiar with Winter is Coming, and not from Game of Thrones? Okay, but if you're familiar with it from Game of Thrones, that's fantastic. Oh, there you go. Okay, Jerome. Now, Game of Thrones, right? They always said winter is coming, and then you found out later on in the series why they said winter was coming, because winter ended up actually coming, and it was pretty bad. A lot of people got slaughtered, right? Well, it's kind of the same thing in real estate. Now, people don't get slaughtered, but people leave the business around. People leave the business around wintertime, right? Right, because it's just like the bears that hibernate during the winter, right? They hibernate during the winter, but what do they do before they hibernate? Before they hibernate, they harvest, eat a lot, right? Same thing that we're going to be talking about in real estate. When it's coming into the wintertime, you're going to be working a little bit harder, right? Because it's not like, it's not like during the summer where, rabbits are all over the place and you can just have your fill, right? There's very little business sometimes out there. And so now you have to really work at developing your follow-up system. So that's what I wanted to talk about today, because before I told you why to follow up, how to follow up, but now we're going to talk about creating a system around following up, right? So the follow-up system. All right. So in order to create this system, right, everything that you do within your normal procedure, you have to add following up to that, right? So when you're doing an open house, right, we're going to go over systematically how to follow up with the folks that come into that open house, right? How to follow up with them immediately, right? And why that's important. So with everything that you're doing, like for example, I just exchanged business cards with someone in the back, right? Before she even put the card away, she's already received an email from me. That's automation. That's extremely important. Whether she responds to the email or not, I'm going to see the email and I'm going to respond to the email that I already sent out. Right? When people see that you're doing that, they know, okay, wow, this is a person that I can trust with buying my home, or this is a person I can trust with listing my home. Right? So that's important. Usually I have someone helping me do the slide, but that's okay. So I'm kind of doing it on my own. I like it that way, right? Okay, so some of the fundamentals, right, of following up. So how many of you, after you show someone a home, they buy the home, they're closed, how many of you have someone or yourself call them up and ask them for feedback? Client satisfaction. How do you know that your clients are satisfied with your performance? Anyone care to answer? How would you know if your client is satisfied with your performance? Other than Brian. Testimonial is one. Are you calling and asking for a testimonial afterward?
I usually do it.
Okay.
Right after signing, and then I send them an email.
Okay, right. Now, that's good. You want to request a testimonial, right? during the process and then after the process, and you want to do it over the phone. You don't want to make it informal like via email or via text, because more and more people, the open rate on text messages is almost 96%. That's the open rate on a text message, right? Because you don't have a choice. Even if you're getting an advertisement, when you get that text, because you're almost your brain and your hands are trained to just look, to glance. So even if it's a text that you don't want to see, you already have seen it, right? So that's the same thing that we want to do with asking for a review, asking for a testimonial, right? However, at the same time, when you're having these conversations, we want to also ask for maybe feedback that you don't want to hear, right? What are the things that I can do to improve? Now, even if you did a great job, when you ask a customer that, what are the things, they're thinking to themselves, wow, this person did a really great job. They're calling me anyway to ask me if there's things I can do to improve. Then they're going to feel like sending you additional business, introducing you to their family, introducing you to their friends, right? Because you've taken that next step in finding out, how can I continue to do a good job, or how can I do better in the future, right? So what's that going to do? That's going to increase your conversion, right? How many people are familiar with what conversion is, right? So conversion is you have a huge funnel. This is the funnel, right? The funnel is all of the folks that are coming into your sphere, right? All the folks that are coming into your business, all the people that you're meeting on a regular basis. They start here at the top of the funnel. Your job and your goal is to get them down to the point of sale, which is at the bottom of the funnel, right? So the more that you pour in here, the more comes out here, right? That's just how it works, okay? But in addition to that, what we can do within the funnel itself, right? It's extremely important, right? Is following up, right? If we're following up, now what you're doing is that before those folks even get to the point of sale, right? It's like you're literally pouring them back through the funnel all over again, right? Because how many of you know, I mean, if there's a funnel, not everything is going to fall through, right? There are things that block, objections. The previous presentation, they were talking about objections, right? Or someone just comes out of the funnel completely because they stop looking, right? You want to have as many opportunities to convert that person as possible, right? Now, I want to talk about this as well too, because I think this is really important. How many of you have heard of the term lifelong client? Okay, you guys know what that means? Okay. I have to pick someone that's been in the business. Who's been in the business like over 5 years? Anyone? Okay, right. So lifelong client. Do you have a client that you sold more than one home to?
Yes.
Okay. Now the second time that you sold them a home, was there like a certain milestone that they were going through in life, or what was happening? They're buying an investment. Okay. So that's kind of a milestone, is building wealth, right? Maybe they got to a point where they're like, hey, you know what? I want to do this for myself, right? Who can name or think of any other life milestones where you might be interested in buying a home? Yes. Yes, when your family goes, when you're maybe adding a member to the family, or maybe you're getting married, or you know, maybe you meet someone and you decide that, okay, we're going to be lifelong partners, that kind of thing, right? Okay, so if you have met the client from the very beginning, right? So let's say that when you first started working with this client, you know, they had a roommate and they were maybe 26, 27 years old. And that's when you met them and you helped them purchase their first home, right? What's going to get you to that next step for when they're expanding their family is follow-up. That's the only way that you're going to get there. Because as we go through life, we're meeting new people, right? We may be moving to a different location, right? So when that happens and you meet new people, you may meet a Christian Best, or maybe they meet a Brandon Bailey or whoever, right? What's going to keep them working with you is the follow-up, making sure that you're checking in, that kind of thing, right? Because as they move through life, if you want a lifelong client, you want to make sure that you're in tune with all the things they're going through. That's extremely important, because if you're not, right, you fall off the face of the earth, then they're going to use whoever was introduced into their life at that particular time. Right? There are clients that I have that have gotten married and their fiance was like, oh, you know, I have someone that was recommended to me. And they're like, oh no, Christian's the best. We have to use Christian. And guess what? They worked with me and then their fiance introduced me to their family, right? So that kind of worked out for me, didn't it? Yeah. Now that's not always the case, but it will be the case as long as you're following up, right? Okay, so let's talk about some of the ingredients here, right? Now, how many people are in here are using some kind of CRM? Now, I think it's Command that you all use, right? Okay, and you guys can track your leads and all that through Command and organize them. Okay, so what determines? Let's say, for example, you have, because we all only have 24 hours in a day, right? So let's say you have 4 clients that you need to show a home to, right? Now, what determines how much time you spend on one client versus the other? Does anyone have that written down?
How ready they are to buy, how ready they are to sell.
How ready they are, right?
If I leave, follow up with them daily,
Right, exactly. So that would be readiness. Yep. Engagement. Okay, that's important. Motivation. Okay. Yep. So when you're organizing the leads, right? We organize them, for example, in my office, we organize leads by, so there's a question outside of the application. Because everybody knows like the standard application, those are the standard questions that are there. Everyone can pretty much answer those questions, where you live, your date of birth, social security number, but we also have additional questions on top of that. And one of those questions is, how soon are you looking to move, right? That determines how ready they are to make a move. You need to know that, because if someone says to you, well, I'm looking to make a move a year from now, is that someone that you want to be showing homes every single day during the week? It's not, they're not ready, right? It is someone that you still need to follow up with, right? So you still need to have a system to deal with them, a nurture system where you can actually follow up with them, right? So some of the connection tools and you know, a lot of these, of course, are going to be very familiar to you, such as like email, phone, text. Like everyone's using email, phone, and text, right? How many people are using TikTok? Okay, only one person is using TikTok. Okay, how many people are using Instagram? Okay, how many people are using X, which is Twitter? Well, we're supposed to be calling it X now. That's what Elon Musk wants us to do. He wants us to call it X. How many people are using X? No? Okay. Now it looks like all of us are using some sort of social media, right? Now, from what I've seen, because I'm on Instagram quite a bit, right? It looks like the posts that people make are sort of random, right? Like, are you posting things about your life? How many people are posting things about their life all the time? Okay. How many people are posting things about real estate? Okay. Now, when you're scrolling through Instagram, right, do you stop at the advertisements and marvel at them? Wow, look at this advertisement. This is fantastic. Or do you scroll right through it? Right? Most people are going to just flick right through it. They say the average attention span now is 2.6 seconds. So that means people are scrolling through Instagram very fast. What's going to make someone stop at your page, right? Well, a connection, if they have a connection to you, but they need to have that connection to you, to who you are, right? And in order to have that connection to you, you have to post things about yourself that are relevant, right? People love emotion, right? That's why a lot of my posts now are videos, because people like things that move. That's what's going to get their attention. A still photo now doesn't grab the attention as much as something that's moving. How do we know that? Look at the advent of TikTok. People love TikTok, right? Because they're able to watch something for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 6 seconds, right? And that they get that dopamine hit. So if you want the same thing in relation to Instagram, you have to make sure that you're captivating your audience, the people that are around you, right? If you're showing someone a home, do you follow them on Instagram? Some people are nodding yes, some people are not. or saying no, you should. You're showing someone a home. In fact, if you talk, as soon as you talk to someone, the very first time you talk to them, maybe even the second time, as long as you've built enough rapport, you should be following them on Instagram. You should be asking them for their Instagram handle, and you should be giving them your Instagram handle, especially, right? Because you want that. You want to be a part of their daily activity. And part of everyone's daily activity is social media, right? So if I'm following them and they follow me back, and then I start to follow their friends, what we've developed all of a sudden is common ground. That's why if you look on an Instagram, it says, these are your mutual friends. If we have mutual friends, I feel a little bit closer to you. And that's what you want. Because another real estate agent that could be your competition is not doing that. They're not following them on social media, right? They're showing them maybe one or two houses and then that's it. And so now there's a disconnect. When most people, when they make a decision because it's their friend, right? So that's very important, developing those friendships. I've noticed that a lot of these programs have automation. I use automation all the time. When I'm using automation, like for example, when I just exchanged business cards with someone a few moments ago, right? There is an email that they have in that system that's automatically generated. What I did was I went into that email and I customized it to fit me and who I am, right? You should be doing that. If you're able to do that within Command, that is something that you should do to make it yours, right? You don't want to, because guys, if you're using Command, that means that they didn't just sell it to you. They sold it to you and whoever else had however much money to purchase Command or whatever CRM you're using. So that means that if a customer is working with you and working with maybe someone down the street, you can be sending them the very same email with the very same subject line. Are they going to feel like that's personal? They're not going to feel like it's personal. Right? So that's why you have to tweak those things a little bit to make them yours. So that when you send an email out, they know it's coming from you. They feel a connection to you instead of just a robot, right? So that's automation. So I'm not saying get rid of the templates. What I'm saying is take the templates and make the templates your own. And I know there's quite a few of them. But you gotta do it. You gotta take the time to take those templates and turn them around. That's a part of follow-up. It's a big part of follow-up. Okay. Is every lead important? Is every single lead important? Yes. Who says yes? Every single lead is important. Okay. Interesting. Who says no? It is not important. Okay. Yeah, every lead is not important. It's not. Okay. It's not. I'd like to say that it is. We'd like to think it is, but it's not. Right. There are some leads out there where you'll find the person is wasting your time. Right. Your time is the most precious asset that you have. You can't replenish time. You can replenish money. Right. You can buy more leads. Right. You can buy a new phone. You can even buy a fancy dinner jacket. Right. But you can't buy more time. At least not yet. Just can't do it. Right. So that means that you have to figure out, well, what's my kind of client, right? I oftentimes will say to someone over the phone, I'll say, I don't work with everybody. When you hear that as a customer, right? If someone says to you, I don't work with everybody. Well, now you're thinking to yourself, well, who does he work with? Am I special enough for this guy to work with, right? And that's the truth. What makes people want to work with you is scarcity. That's what the fear of missing out. FOMO. Right? If you're calling every single lead, which you should be, when I say every single lead is not important, that doesn't mean, oh, I'm not calling every single lead. No, it doesn't. It means that you're calling every single lead, right? But you're finding out, who do I connect with, right? Who am I going to feel comfortable working with? And you have to kind of figure that out on your own. You know, you have to write that out and figure out, well, who am I comfortable working with and why, right? Who's going to match my energy, et cetera, right? Those kinds of things are extremely important. And then you can commence following up. Because when you're following up in this way, right? It's not just your, oh, I'm just gonna pick up the phone and just check in whenever. If you have a system, you can't use that system with every single person. It's just not possible. There's not enough hours in the day. Right? So that part of it is extremely important. So time is extremely limited, right? So you're going to measure this by the level of interest. How interested is this person in finding a home? Look, I don't work with everybody. I work with people that are looking to buy within the next 3 months. Right? I can communicate with you and make sure that you're getting our market updates and make sure that you know, we're checking in, make sure you're comfortable, make sure you're happy. Right? But if you're 9 months down the road, right? And they're serious 9 months down the road, not like, oh, I'm 9 months down the road because I'm waiting for the interest rate to change. Well, that's an objection. That's a little bit different, right? So we have to overcome that objection, right? What is their timeline? And why do they have that timeline? Is there anything in that timeline that can be adjusted? I'm talking to someone right now, they're moving from Texas to Florida, right? And they told me, they're like, oh, Christian, it's probably going to be within the next 6 months or so. But I knew that they were seeing homes with the real estate agent. So I was like, 6 months. So I was like, what do you think is going to happen in 6 months? Well, I think interest rates are going to go down. Oh, send me the article. I sent me the article. I was like, well, no. Interest rates are not going to go down in 6 months. Here are my articles. All right. Let me show you the market. Overcame that objection. They put in an offer. Their offer got accepted. Right. Now, is she ready to move right this minute? No, in fact, she luckily she works for an organization that's going to help her list her home, which is actually pretty cool. And in fact, if she doesn't get the market rate for her house, they're actually going to pay the difference. I've never even heard of that. I was like, wow, this is fantastic. I need to up my game. You know what I mean? So readiness, right? And then preferences. Right? Are you asking your clients when do they prefer to be called? When do they prefer to be communicated with? How many people do that? Okay, so oh, I know. Well, I know you do. Right? That's
Yes, how?
and how, right? Those preferences are extremely important because if you're not communicating with a customer when they prefer to be communicated or how they prefer their communication, then you're already missing out, right? Because now you're calling them during a time when they don't even want to talk to you, right? You're making it that much more difficult. Whereas if you're contacting them at the time they prefer, in the manner in which they prefer, right? Now you're making it that much easier. And then again, I always relate this to competition because I'm always constantly thinking about what is the competition doing? Is your competition doing them? Are they asking them, hey, how do you prefer to be communicated with and when? They're not, right? Let me assure you they're not doing it. Okay. So if you're doing that, again, you're setting yourself apart and you're becoming that unicorn that we talked about at the beginning. Okay. So it's really important, right, that you establish your objectives in following up. All right, so someone comes to an open house and you pick up the phone and you call them and you're thanking them for coming to the open house. What do you think your objective is within that phone call? Someone comes to open house, right? There's a tool that I'm going to share with you guys where you can kind of communicate with them that the very second they kind of leave the open house, they'll already have a text message. But when you're following up that next day, what's your objective, do you think?
I will find out the motivation.
There you go. Finding out motivation, which was on that previous screen. When you find out motivation, right, you can kind of figure out a timeline at that time. Right? Within that first call, you definitely want to build some rapport. Right? They've met you now face to face. Face to face. So you already have an advantage. So within that first call, that's a great time to build rapport and find out, hey, what brought you out on Saturday? If you didn't already find out when you were in front of them, right? Just finding out their motivation. So in the short term, in the very short term with that particular customer, the goal obviously is settlement, right? Wanting to settle. In the long term goal should be building a relationship, right? Now, all of us in here have friendships. We all have relationships, and we can kind of pinpoint when that became a friendship, when it became a relationship, how we met that person, right? Are we using the same kind of, you see, now I'm going to say, are we using the same kind of tactics? But when you think about it, you know, when you become someone's friend, it's not a tactic, right? You're their friend because you have common ground, shared memories. But isn't it the same thing when they came to your open house? That's a shared memory. Oh, remember when that dog came in and bit you on the leg? Ha, ha, that was funny, right? That's a memory. I was trying to get your attention somehow. Right, there you go. Right, and then is the communication, is your follow-up, is it effective? You can measure effectiveness by what? Results. Is it working? Right, so if you're doing those, so the last follow-up class we had, I put everyone kind of on an open house schedule. How many open houses can you give me? Some people said 2 a month, some people said 3, right? Within that handful, that selection of open houses, you should be able to measure how effective you are. So you want to be consistent with one strategy first. Maybe that strategy takes you out maybe 2 to 3 months, right? And then maybe you try a different strategy for the next 2 to 3 months, and you measure those results to see how effective is my follow-up. I'm using open houses a lot because for me, and I'm a mortgage guy, for me, that's been a very effective tool, open houses, right? More effective than even my online leads. Not as effective as Instagram for me. Yep.
Why is that? Why have opens been effective?
I think because, you know, when someone's coming out to a home and I get a chance to meet them in person, I can kind of give them my elevator pitch and impress them right away. And then in addition to that, it's funny because when I follow up with them, typically what they end up saying to me is, "Oh, you're the first person that's actually called me," which is kind of weird because usually they don't answer the first time or even the second time. It's maybe the third or fourth time that I can actually get them on the phone. Well, we know from the stats that I went over last time that by the fourth time, most people just drop off. Most of your competition, most realtors don't even make it the fourth time. Right? So, and I think the numbers went something like 84% drop off after the second call. After the third, it's like 50 some odd percent. I mean, the numbers are high, right? Now the fourth call, you only have 6% of agents are actually making the fourth call. So if you want to be better than 94% of the folks that are out there, you know what I mean? All you have to do is follow up. I hope Jesus is in that note. Oh. Okay, social media tools. Okay, whose favorite social media tool is Instagram? How many Instagram people do I have? Okay, looks like everybody. What about Twitter? Anyone on Twitter? No? Okay. Now, we talked about this a little bit before this slide. I kind of got into this. But with Instagram, right, or even with Twitter, a lot of what you put out there should be things that are significant to you, your interests, right? Because if you're putting your interests out there, then you're going to be able to find people that share those interests with you, right? Are we using the search tool a lot on Instagram? How many people are using the search tool? I use it all the time, right? I want to search for tags. The people that are tagging their photos, right, know what I know, right? Which is that they're trying to reach out to people that are also using that search tool. So right away, I'm finding someone that has a common interest by using that search tool.
Say that again, please.
The search tool on Instagram.
And what does that do? Sorry.
Right, so let's say, for example, let's say the Eagles won by 20 points, right? Type in Eagles, right? And then you can see all the people that posted something about the Eagles, all the people that tag the Eagles and things like that. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna find people that you have mutual friends with, but you're also gonna find people that you didn't even know at all, right? And then you wanna follow those folks. That's important. And most of the time, what they're gonna do is they're gonna follow you back.
Wow.
And then they're gonna take a look at your story and you can look at their stories, right? And then at some point, you're gonna post something about real estate. Right? You don't wanna make your page too much like, you don't want it to look like an advertisement. It's not a walking advertisement. But you want people to know what you do, right? People know that I do something in real estate. For the people on Instagram. The people that are close to me know that it's mortgages, but most people on Instagram just think I do something in real estate. And I'm okay with that. The reason I'm okay with that is because they're going to DM me whenever they have a real estate question. And that's what I want. I want those DMs. Like I'm doing a jazz event. It's a jazz open house at Lydian Place. It's going to be September the 14th, right? It's like, I think it's like a $2 million listing. So we're going to have a jazz band come out there, a jazz singer, and so on and so forth. The reason we're doing that is because that particular listing is next to a jazz club. So we contacted them and we said, hey, can we have one of your performers come out? And they said, you know, we could do one better. We'll bring out the whole band. Right. So you're going to see a lot of posts about jazz, about that event and things like that. Events is another huge way that you can draw people into you. Right. That's the whole purpose of social media, to draw people into you via your interests. Right. Hobbies. You know, what you like doing on a day-to-day basis, the things that are legal anyway. Right. So I'll give you a couple Instagram success stories. I'll give you one in particular that keeps coming in my mind. So there's a real estate agent down in Atlanta, and he posts a bunch of like luxury homes and things like that, right? And for the longest time, I followed him, and then I followed the people that he followed, right? And some of them followed me back, and then I followed some of the folks that were following him. So our mutual friend count kept on going up and up and up and up. I think we have like now 180 people that are mutual friends, so-called mutual friends, right? So the next time that I hit him up in the DMs, it goes down in the DMs, it really does. Business-wise though, business-wise. Next time I hit him up, I said, hey, look, I see you got this $9 million listing. I would love to work on this with you, right? Now, this is like probably the 7th time that I've sent him a message on Instagram. He was like, bro, you won't stop. He's like the 7th time you sent me a message. He's like, all right, give me a call when you come down to Atlanta. I gave him a call. I was down there and we're going to collaborate on his $9 million listing, right? Now, I've never done a collaboration on a $9 million. In fact, the highest listing I've ever done one on, I think was like 3 million or something, right? Okay, so that opened me up to an entirely new market. Now, what if I would have stopped the 3rd time that I sent him a message and he didn't respond? Would I have gotten that $9 million brokerage open? Listen, no, I wouldn't have got it. What if I would have stopped the 5th time? It wouldn't have happened. It took 7 times. Now, how many of you know I would have gone past 7? I would have gone into 8, 9. Doesn't make a difference to me. Because the worst thing that someone could, the worst thing they could say is no. And it's Instagram. They're not even saying no to your face. It's not like when I used to sell things door to door. I used to sell lawn care door to door. And they could slam the door in your face. Now that never happened to me because when I would knock on the door, I would run into their lawn and start playing with their lawn. 1, because I didn't want to get the door slammed in my face, but 2, I found that was an easy way to get them to come out and say, what are you doing in my lawn? Right? It's the same thing with it. It's the same concept, guys, with Instagram, right? That's the way you're going to get to meet new people. It's through following and through engaging. being engaged, right? How many of you since our last meeting have actually joined meetup.com? Good, okay, one person, that's fantastic. No, but it is good though, right? I'm hoping that more of you join meetup.com. Meetup.com is a great place. You can go on meetup.com, meet people, right, that are interested in maybe wine, interested in Formula One racing. I went to an event recently. It was about suit fabrics, believe it or not. And I went because I'm interested in the fabrics for suits. And I met a couple of people and I got to, see how it worked. I got to look at some of the handkerchiefs and things. And I got a deal out of it. Anytime I go somewhere, I'm trying to get a deal. That's my goal, right? If I go to an event, if I'm coming to your event, I'm coming there because I think that I'm going to be able to pull at least one deal, right? And it works. So that's my Instagram success story. Creating content. So I introduced you guys to Brandon. Now, granted, I know, okay, I got a videographer that comes out and videos open houses and events and things like that. But it wasn't always that way. Like when Brandon met me years ago, did I have a videographer sitting in our office? No. Okay, it was just me and him, and he came into my office. It was an office that's like 5 times smaller than this one. I only had one desk and I had one phone. I couldn't even afford to buy him a phone. I only had one desk, one phone, that was it. Right? But I had a vision, dream. That was important. So we all have these phones, right? You can use your phone to capture video, right? And these days, I've seen the weirdest videos get views, right? That dopamine is very interesting. People will flip through Instagram and watch the craziest things. Maybe they want to watch you. Maybe you're, going, I don't know, horseback riding or something, right? And you post that. If there's anything that you're doing that is of interest to you, most likely there's someone else also that's interested in that very thing. So you want to engage with your audience through video. That's extremely important, through content creation, right? How many people in here are foodies? Has anyone tried anything gross recently? Well, there you go. You see, post the gross stuff, or we can post stuff that tastes good, right? If you're in travel, books, I just joined a book club. It's a book club on what's that thing called now? It's that chat service, and I always forget the name of it because I hate going on it, but I wanted to force myself to do it. But I just joined a book club on it. It's actually pretty cool. But anyway, so you talk to people, and it's almost like the hotline kind of thing that we had way back in the day. If you're my age, there was this hotline where you can call in and you could talk to everybody at once. So I joined the book club there, and we're reading the book, and I thought that was pretty cool, right? So and then you want to, like I always say, you want to post content mostly about your life, and then you want to sprinkle in some real estate, sprinkle in some market updates, things like that. Because then people are going to know what it is that you do. They're going to be like, oh, wow, okay. I see that, he went to Puerto Rico the other day, right? And while I was in Puerto Rico, I took a coconut and I took a machete and chopped the coconut and chopped my finger off. But when I did that, I also gave you a market update about the home selling in Conshohocken, right? Now, hopefully that doesn't happen to you, but you never know. But that's engaging your audience, right? Extremely important. Okay, some of the tools that we use. Okay, how many of you since our last meeting have gotten ChatGPT? There we go. Have you used it yet?
Yes.
Yes. What?
Very, very impressive. I mean, I didn't have to change too much. I used to write a blog posts and stuff.
Okay.
And I just kind of changed the word added to it more than I changed anything.
Right. So you personalized it.
Yes.
Okay, that's very important, guys. You don't want to be, you don't want to take what ChatGPT gives you and then just copy and paste it. Even though it's not plagiarism, still, you don't want to do that because it's not going to sound like you. It's going to sound like a computer, right? So you want to take it and then you want to personalize it. You want to add some of your own flavor, some of who you are to whatever you're posting. And you want to make it very specific. So I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, you're making a post about, I don't know, about a particular house that you're going to be fitting for open house, right? So what you want to do is you want to type in something like, create a friendly, casual caption about a 4-bedroom, 3-bath townhome in Fishtown, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Enter. Now it's going to create just that. Because if you make it broad, it's going to be very broad, right? And then you want to recreate and recreate and recreate until you find something, right, that speaks to you. And then you can add to that. That's a great way to use ChatGPT. What you should not do, right, is just say, you know, give me a short caption on the importance of buying a house. You don't want to do that, right? You want to get really specific with ChatGPT. Because if you're not, and you're really broad like that, then it's going to, it's definitely going to give you the caption, but it's going to be a caption that doesn't sound like you at all. And it's going to be so generic that, you know, you might as well have done it yourself, right? So you can use it for captions, you can use it for blogs. I use it for blogs a lot of the time. Sometimes I use it for presentations. This presentation is not ChatGPT in case you're asking, but it's not, right? But sometimes I will use it for presentations.
Christian, real quick. I'm just trying to do obviously for Instagram posts and stuff like that. We use it in like business as far as lead gen, follow-ups, like give me an idea how you use it.
Well, yeah, so I actually just recently bought a package with 1,000 commands for ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm kind of going through those for my business. So you definitely want to use it in business and follow up.
Yeah.
But since before then, I was using it for blog posts. I was using it for some of my Instagram captions, things like that. And then for letters, right? Or for your templates. You can actually take a template. So let's say, for example, in Command, there's a template for someone following up after they come to an open house. There's obviously a template for that. You could take that template and you could say, recreate, and then put that in there and make it friendly, casual, assertive, you know, use those words to make it sound like yourself, right? And then, so what it'll do is it'll copy that for you. And then what I typically would do with that, I'll take that and then I'll put that into Grammarly. And then with Grammarly, I can even get even more, I can drill it down even more. So I can, you know, they have like this toolbar that you can use to increase assertiveness, increase casual, increase friendly, you know, those kind of things to make it sound like a real person, right?
First, real quick. Last month I released 40 chat prompts for builders for lead generation, social media optimization, objection handling, listing presentations, grow your business. So if you want to copy of it, I'll email it.
And that's really good because it's expensive to buy these prompts. Because that's what's happening now. Now people have seen the power of ChatGPT, and now they're selling it. You know, I think I paid almost $300 for mine for the 1,000 prompts, but there was another level for 2,000 prompts. And so what you do is, as you start to see what people are using it for, then it starts to give you some ideas for yourself. You know, so like for example, I'm working on a business plan, right? And I needed help with the SWOT, right? You guys know what SWOT is? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, right? Right. So I kind of commanded ChatGPT to come up with that for me as it pertained to a specific business, and it did, right? And then I was able to see some opportunities that I hadn't even thought of, right? And also some threats that I hadn't thought of either, right? So ChatGPT is very cutting edge. Some other ways that you can, some other tools that you can use. How many people use Upwork or Fiverr? That's also really important. Guys, there are people out there that, you know, hiring someone in marketing is like $60,000 salary, right? $65,000, something like that, to have one person do your marketing, right? But there's freelance work that you can maybe have someone do a flyer for you, or maybe have someone create like a brochure or something like that, and it might only cost you $25 or $50 or what have you, right? So you can find these folks in Upwork, Fiverr, Freelancer. There's a lot of freelance marketing folks in Freelancer that you can use. There's so many tools out there that you can use in your follow-up. So we've talked about open houses a lot. All of you have Popple. You should, because it's something that Command offers. Popple is that card that you guys have seen me use. It's like a metal card, right? So if you have one and you order a Popple card, if someone's coming to your open house, you should be exchanging information right away using that, because as soon as they scan that card, you can set it so that they automatically get an email, right? And then automatically it's going to be added to your command as well. You don't, no, everything I use is digital. I don't have any physical cards, not anymore. No. We're in a digital world. They can scan the QR code or they can scan the card itself. So if I'm doing an open house, typically I'll have like a sign there that's just a QR code. And then if you notice on every single one of my flyers, I have a QR code on every single one of the flyers. So someone can just scan that QR code and they go to a link. And if they fill out anything, name, email, anything, I have their information just like that. And as soon as I have their information, it immediately sends them an email. So now you have your immediate response. And then you want to do the additional follow-up 24 hours later. And then you want to be consistent with your checking in. Right? Hey, I'm just checking in on you. How are you? How'd you make out in the rain yesterday? Rain was crazy. Right? And then you want to put together I can give you like a sample schedule. So for me, my schedule is that email. And then the following day, I do a phone call and a text message in the evening. The reason I do my text messaging in the evening is because that's typically when people are like a little bit more relaxed. They've come home from work. You send a text in the morning. By the time they get through everything they're going through that day, they're going to forget about your little text message. You said in the evening, you have a chance to wind down. Now they have a chance to take a look at it and respond and react to it, right? But everyone should have some kind of schedule that they're using in their follow-up. That's really important. Okay. So we kind of went over this already. The importance of tracking. You want to track, how effective your follow-up is. So when you put together your schedule, the reason I know for a fact that doing an email, phone call, and then a text message, the reason that works for me is because it's tried and true. I've tried it, I've measured it, and it was more effective than doing a text message in the morning. It was a little bit more effective than doing a phone call right after the person came to the open house. So instead, I do an email to kind of break that communication up, and then I do the phone call within a 24-hour period, right? And then so once you have the data, it's important that you tweak it. You don't just get the data and say, oh, it looks like I'm not getting a lot of contacts, and then don't do anything about it. No, you get the data, you can see that you're not getting a lot of conversions, maybe you're not getting a lot of contacts, and then you tweak what you're doing based on that data. And then you repeat it again. And tweak it again if it needs to be tweaked. Right? Okay. And I know I've gone over a lot. Are there any questions? I know there's some questions, right? Maybe one or two.
I was just gonna add to the chat.
Yeah.
You get pretty creative. You can actually tell it, like, your property description, you say access right at last, use this address and write the description of this property. There's no way to use public records to like get the. Yeah. You can just kind of get creative on like telling it what's doing the beginning of the property.
Oh, for sure.
And then like letting it, and then kind of redesigning it after it gives you the first answer.
Right. And I mean, everyone should really be doing that for the description, because I've seen some of the descriptions, right? Yeah, fan.
Paid version, free version. The free version.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you don't have data, you can make sure that you use the paid version.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I have the paid version. I don't, yeah. But I use ChatGPT 4.6, I think it is. Yeah.
Originally, they were saying like, those can do like AI busters, so like everything would be detectable, but they're probably like throwing that out.
Oh, okay. Huh.
The AI detection things can't detect, because all the stuff that is feeding the AIs the ability to generate chat content.
Right.
Is human stuff, right? So like,
That's true.
everything that humans have written is being read as an AI detection as could be AI. Like they did a test on the Constitution of the United States that came up 99% AI. So like, because that's where all the
That makes me
content
wonder
comes
though.
from,
Yeah, yeah.
they said we can't use AI detection. So originally everybody was like, well, we can't use ChatGPT for like writing all this stuff because it's gonna have like AI detection. It's gonna, like, knock it on the blue glass again on the city. But they've already done all that.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. All of you should be getting ChatGPT after this meeting. Oh,
Don't use it like Evan told you, send me an email with that. Screenshot.
yeah, yeah.
That needs to be given.
Wow. And there you go. Okay.
But then again, it's meant.
Yeah, of course.
Everybody talks.
Yeah. That's funny. That's pretty hilarious. Yep. But that is a good way to use it with the descriptions. I would also like when you're doing like market updates and things like that for your clients, like there's a way to also control how many words it's giving you. Because sometimes if you just type in, whatever, it might give you like 600 words and that doesn't work. So sometimes you want to limit it so that it can get to the point. Because it might not get to the point.
I was gonna say too, like, you mentioned like personalized market content.
Yeah.
Like for people who use Sierra has a lot of built-in program stuff, Command has a lot of built-in pre-program stuff. You actually copy and paste like any paragraph on the landing pages, and Google that paragraph, you'll find all the other hits that it gets.
Oh, wow.
It's actually in like 100 other agents in your area.
Yeah.
All their same thing. So if you can take that pre-program stuff and add some more content to it and change the format of it, would move stuff around, Google will recognize it as really different thing.
Yeah, what I do for our templates is I take our templates and I put it into Grammarly and I tell Grammarly to rewrite it. And then I tell them to rewrite it again, right? Because
Grammarly is what, I know what it is.
well, it's an AI basically. And so it's an AI I use, I attach it to everything I use. So even when I'm typing a text message, it'll start to kind of rewrite it for me. But it helps you to be like, for example, for mine, I have assertiveness turned up, and then friendliness turned up. Because,
So
yeah,
the words to convey what you really want.
exactly. Well, because and plus I got a lot of feedback that I'm very direct, right? And so sometimes in a text message, it could sound not as friendly as I want it to be. But now my text messages sound really friendly because it's not me. It's friendly. Right, but yeah, there you go. But it's still conveying the same point that I wanted to convey, but it's just not as harsh. I don't know.
Well, I guess what I'm hearing, I'm trying to understand ChatGPT. First of all, ChatGPT and this other data. So I get emails just like you probably about marketing and different programs and this and that. It's this AI, that. So there's a billion different types of ChatGPT-ish stuff out there. And then how do you know which one is best for you? I mean, I think all the stages. We want lead gen. When we get the lead gen, when we get the title may come, we want to be able to follow up appropriately. Then once we want to be able to follow up appropriately, we want to categorize the buyers and discuss. Right. And then schedule appointments, close, do the deals, and then use some AI or something like that to use for transaction management. So just with that, and I threw that off the top of my head, that's like 4 different total functions. Yeah. So how do I use the technology to, instead of creating more stress, because it's kind of like sometimes I get technology and something else to work, something else to understand.
Right, well, I mean, with tech, I mean, it's always going to be something else to learn, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I felt I got some.
Yes.
It felt like the perfect time to make sure that everyone knows that September 26th, we'll be back here for Education Day. And the second session, I will be teaching a class on AI for your real estate business.
Well, there you go. But I personally, like the tools that I use, ChatGPT is one of them, and then Grammarly is another one. But I did, I mean, you have to take the time to learn it. That's extremely important. But there's so many YouTube videos, there's so many tutorials on it that are very specific to your business. When you kind of go through those, you bet, I mean, but it's something that you kind of have, it's like when the internet on your phone came, right? You don't even remember that, do you? But now you use the internet on your phone like you've been doing it for 50 years. So I always told Brandon, and I always told people to work with me, you know, you never want change to happen to you, right? You want to be a part of change. Because if change happens to you, you wake up one day and everybody is like 80 miles ahead of you, but they're going at a slower speed. You see, someone could be ahead of you and they're going at a slower speed than you are. And you're like, wow, this person's, I mean, it's not as bright as, but yet they're like setting the world on fire. Well, they're bright enough to learn new technology, right? So with new technology, you can find yourself in 10 different places at once. And now if you're going, 60 miles an hour, it feels like you're going 200 miles an hour to everybody else. Because there's a lot of mortgage guys out there that scratch their head, they look at me and they scratch their head and they're like, well, how are you doing this? Well, some of what I'm doing is through AI, it's through tech. Right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it. There's no way that I would have enough time in the day to do everything that I'm doing unless I had these kinds of tools. Because how else am I able to make as many blog posts, video posts, and still have time to edit with Brandon back there, videos that come out? And I wasn't doing that before. If you look at my Instagram, me putting videos on Instagram was something very new for me. And I made that decision. A little rough decision for me to make. It's very, yeah.
You got about 20,000 followers.
I do, well, yes, I do, but you have to remember though. Well, I didn't. I had those followers from when I used to do promotions and I was hitting the club up on a regular basis, things like that. So that's where that comes from. You have Calcutta and those guys to thank for that. But we used to do for example, the last one we did was and I think it's still on my Instagram now, was Rick Ross. So we were like right next to Rick Ross and stuff like that. So that comes from that era of my life when I was doing a lot of promo. But now though, I noticed an uptick in my followers, right, from a lot of the videos that we're doing. Like one of the videos that we just did has like 5,000 views, right? So that's 5,000 opportunities that are there of people that are looking at that video and saying to themselves, if I ever need something in real estate, I know who I'm going to contact. But there are people that have 200 followers that have videos with 6,000 views, right? So what that means is that 6,000 people saw that video, right? But when they went to the page, they didn't feel compelled to follow that page, right? So that means that person needs to do work on their page in order to get their engagement up on their particular page. And sometimes you can get all the views in the world, get all the likes in the world, but you need to be able to convert those likes. And people have to feel engaged with you in order to do that.
You said you're very successful, obviously, Instagram and everything. What do you think's been your most exciting stories or your posts that you get to listen to?
I get a lot of engagement from stories. The reason I converted that to video posts now is because I saw the trend of a lot of influencers. If you look at a lot of influencers, what they're doing is they're posting reels to their page, not necessarily pictures any longer. People like
they're short, 20, 30 seconds.
They're very short. Some of them are even like 15 seconds, right? So they're getting their engagement up that way, but through those video posts. And then the other thing you have to remember is that you also have to be engaging as well too. So you have to go on pages and comment, like people, follow people, right? Because the more that you engage with the algorithm, the more the algorithm is going to support you, right? Everybody's heard of the algorithm, right? Right. So that's when you go on Instagram, things that you like or things that you have seen on Google or wherever, all of a sudden you find them on your page, right? So you want to be there when someone is like, I'm looking for a home in Fishtown. You know, you want to be one of the pages that come up when they're thinking about that, right? And so even if I'm posting something, wow, I'm really sweaty. Even if I'm, wow, I'm really sweaty. Even if I'm posting something that has nothing to do with real estate, sometimes I'll even hashtag real estate within my hashtag. Don't have to within my hashtag. Thank you. Sometimes I'll even tag like real estate or Philly real estate or luxury or whatever within the hashtags in order to come up when people are searching for those kinds of things, or to be associated with pages that have to do with luxury real estate and things like that.
So based off that, you think I saw one of your notes. Do you think you can post too much that pushes people away? Or do you think?
Yeah, so you have to, so one of my friends, he posts all the time, 24/7, and it's like.
Because I see myself who's followed, I don't know, to be.
Yeah.
It's robots, I don't know.
Sorry. Yes, you could definitely. Yeah, this guy's crazy. You could definitely post too much, right? So there, you have to find it. But again, like I was saying before, you want to post stuff that you're interested in, that other people are going to be interested in as well. Because if you're posting just real estate, then you're not reaching the full potential of folks that you have, you know? So yeah, you definitely want to broaden your horizons a bit. And like I said, follow other folks, especially people that have a following. So, and this is where we come up with like partnerships and things like that. So there are people that I'll ask to repost my video, right? And the reason I'm asking them to repost it is because they have a lot of followers and I can see their engagement with that, right? So for example, when I post a video, I might tag, who can I think of now? I don't want to use anyone's name, but I might tag a real estate agent that has a lot of engagement so that they can repost it on their stories, right? And then what I find is that people will start to watch that video and then people will hit me up in my DM as well, right? So that's important. Don't be scared to partner up with folks, team up with people. That's how you can increase engagement really easily. It's very hot. Any other questions at all? What?
I had the AC down.
Yeah, clearly.
They're going cold.
Oh yeah? No, I'm hot, man. I don't know if it's this heat or what. All right. Any other questions at all? No? If you have a hobby, you definitely want to talk about your hobby. Like let's say, for example, you're a hairdresser, right? And you enjoy doing hair on the weekends or doing hair during the week. Maybe you come up with some funky hairstyle, put that on Instagram, you know? You never know. People might look at that and be like, oh, well, I see people all the time. Like, I have a barber. I used to have a barber. I don't have a barber anymore. I have a barber friend of mine, and he posts haircuts all the time. And I find myself sometimes watching the videos because he's always doing like these chalk outlines and things like that. It's pretty cool. So, and that gets people to his barbershop, right?
You should develop YouTube.
I do have a YouTube channel. I haven't started using it yet though. Yeah, YouTube is good for monetization. I mean, I'm not monetizing anything yet at all. But yeah, YouTube is really good for monetization, for sure.
It's always out there.
It's always out. Everything you post is always out there. 24/7. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Need to chop it up with you about that. I'll tell you later. I just